never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The Japanese Prime Minister's office says at least one missile fired from North Korea flew over Japan and is believed to have landed in the Pacific Ocean. Pyongyang fired the ballistic missile, escalating tests of weapons designed to strike key targets and regional American allies amid stalled nuclear diplomacy. It's the fifth round of weapons tests by North Korea in the past 10 days. It's seen as an apparent response to military drills between the U.S. and South Korea, North Korea viewing such drills as an invasion rehearsal. Ukrainian forces are making big gains in the very areas the Kremlin is trying to absorb. They penetrated Russian defenses in the southern Kherson region. The Ukrainians also consolidated gains in the east and other major battlefields, reestablishing control as Russian President Vladimir Putin is dealing with problems with manpower, weapons, morale, and criticism, foreign and domestic. The advances made by Kyiv are so apparent that a Russian Defense Ministry spokesman had to acknowledge them. Here in the U.S., we're learning that more than 100 people have been reported dead in the wake of Hurricane Ian, the vast majority of them in the state of Florida, where Ian made landfall as a Category 4 storm. President Biden with First Lady Joe Biden began his first surveying of Hurricane Fiona's damage in Puerto Rico. Fiona was a Category 1 storm when it hit the island about a couple of weeks ago. The president vowed that his administration will be with the territory as they rebuild.
We came here in person to show that we're with you. All of America is with you as you receive and recover and rebuild.
13 people were confirmed dead from Fiona by that island's Department of Health. Puerto Rico was still in recovery mode from Hurricane Maria 5 years ago and earthquakes from 2020. Wall Street had its best day since late July, major indexes soaring more than 2%. You are listening to USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The Supreme Court declined to hear an appeal from MyPillow CEO Mike Lindell. He's fighting a defamation suit from Dominion Voting Systems, the makers of machines used to administer elections in several states. The company sued Lindell for $1.3 billion, accusing him of hurting the company's brand by promoting long-debunked claims that it rigged the election in favor of now President Biden. The lawsuit can now proceed against Lindell. Former President Trump is suing CNN, accusing the cable network of defaming his character. His attorneys claim that CNN sought to use its, quote, massive influence to defame their client for political purposes. Trump is seeking $475 million in punitive damages. No comment from the network on the lawsuit. More than 25,000 refugees were allowed into the U.S. in fiscal 2022. That comprises of only 20% of the refugee spots allocated by the Biden administration. In fact, the U.S. has failed to come close to the ceiling of 125,000 refugees in the 2 fiscal years since President Biden took office. A proposed tax cut for the top earners in the United Kingdom, which sparked turmoil on financial markets, is being dropped. Treasury Chief Kwasi Kwarteng abandoned the idea to scrap the top 45% rate on those making more than £150,000 a year, the amount equal to $167,000 U.S. Kwarteng says that the rest of the tax-cutting stimulus package would be pushed along, though changes are expected. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, looks like it is that time. Let's fire it up on a Tuesday. Welcome into 10-4 day. Well, at least in the Eastern time zone. Welcome in, welcome aboard. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Our headquarters is in Southwest Ohio. We'll be working our way time zone to time zone into 4th day of October. Yeah, did you realize there's actually a 10-4 day? Got to go all the way back to the Jimmy Carter era, which, by the way, he celebrated his 98th birthday over the weekend. 10-4 day, that's what Jimmy Carter designated. 1978 was the year. I made it through the hard part, right? Monday is in the books, so hope your week's off to a good start. As our friends and families join us around the country, welcome aboard. Now, we always get a look at our travelers' weather. Tell you what, it's downright amazing. Looking at the radar at this hour, it's nearly identical along the eastern seaboard to what we were looking at 24 hours ago, and that's the rain. And some light to moderate, some areas of heavier rain embedded in. It's just parked over the eastern portions of Pennsylvania down through Maryland and eastern portions of Virginia. At this hour, some decent rains, northern edge, right about Scranton, PA. Rain from New York City to Philadelphia to Washington, D.C., on down to just north of Richmond, Virginia. They're calling it the ghost of Ian, the hurricane. This storm would not have developed had Hurricane Ian not have passed through that area over the weekend. And the rains are going to continue through much of the day Tuesday and even Wednesday. It's the lingering impacts of Hurricane Ian being felt across a large swath of the East Coast. From the Carolinas all the way up into New England. What a rainy mess. And this rain has been falling literally since the weekend across the mid-Atlantic. We saw some of our football fields turned into slop fest over the weekend. Street flooding along the coast of New Jersey, including in Stone Harbor. Video footage showing rising waters halfway up to the wheels of vehicles. Not just limited to Stone Harbor, as additional flooding reports relayed all the way to the southern coast of the state in Avalon, Wildwood, Cape May, all those areas. Rainfall totals which are just going to continue to grow, spanning several inches across the mid-Atlantic as a result of this storm. Atlantic City, New Jersey, daily record 3.01 inches of rain on Sunday alone, beating the old record of 2 inches. Nearby Millville, New Jersey, just west of Atlantic City, close to the Delaware Bay. Also total rainfall on Sunday in excess of 2 inches. Coastal flooding has shut down roads near Highland Acres, Delaware, just south of Dover. The state also saw flooded roads on the southeast coast near Long Neck Road, according to the National Weather Service. In Lewis, Delaware, the storm surge rose to almost 3.5 feet on Sunday, ranking it as the 7th highest ever recorded for that location. Just about a half a foot lower storm surge than what we saw with Hurricane Sandy back in 2012. Now, aside from New Jersey, estimated rainfall totals 3 or more inches across large portions of Virginia, Maryland, Delaware, and southeastern Pennsylvania. The persistent rain made for some rough conditions out on the playing field. Of course, Pennsylvania was home to 2 big football games over the weekend as Tropical Storm Ian was moving through the state. Those games were played, but they were wet, they were cold, they were sloppy. Of course, on Saturday, you had Penn State, the Nittany Lions, hosting the Northwestern Wildcats there in State College, PA. Showers first reported in the area just before kickoff, but lasted throughout the game. What a soggy mess. Rainy conditions, that did prove difficult for the players as both teams combined for 8 turnovers in that game. Penn State's winning score of 17, the lowest amount of points the team has scored in a win, 16-10 win against Wisconsin back in September of last year. Yeah, temperatures once again failed to break out of the 50s, and this constant rain dampening things. As we looked into Sunday, by the end of the day Sunday, Philadelphia reporting nearly 2 inches of rainfall for that particular day. That also broke an old daily record set back in 2015. Yeah, the impacts felt in the Northeast due to this. It's actually a tropical rainstorm. Ian provided the energy for this storm to come together, developed over the Northeast Sunday afternoon, as it absorbed energy left over from what by that point in time was tropical rainstorm Ian. While it is considered a separate storm, as I mentioned, had that leftover energy from Ian not been in the mid-Atlantic already, the coastal storm would have never formed, according to forecasters. But yes, the rains continue to fall tonight, another soggy night there over the eastern seaboard. Over the past week, an overwhelming majority of the rest of the country, aside from Ian coming up through Florida, then the Carolinas, Virginia, and moving offshore Sunday, most of the rest of the country has been relatively quiet. Yeah, we do have a frontal system tonight that's bringing some showers along a line stretching from northern portions of Minnesota down through eastern and southeastern portions of South Dakota, then kind of cutting right through the heart of Nebraska. It's not a broad line, but you do have some decent showers in the mix there. Aside from that, the western third of the country is relatively quiet tonight. We get the latest on Ian, though, as the death toll from Ian continues to rise. Latest numbers, we have now surpassed the 100 mark as far as fatalities. People in Florida still trying to grapple with the destruction. Hundreds of thousands remained without power on Monday. Many homes and roads still flooded. Barrier islands isolated from the mainland. More new video and footage emerging from the epicenter of where Ian made landfall, kind of showing the sheer power this thing packed. Homes barely recognizable in Captiva Island, a barrier island in Lee County, right near where Ian made its first landfall as a Category 4 storm. Despite nearly a week now having passed since Ian brought the torrential rain and catastrophic storm surge into Florida, believe it or not, the river levels continuing to rise on Monday. Homes and streets in many places still inundated. You've got the sandy soil there in Florida. It can really only absorb light to moderate amounts of rainfall rather quickly. But when you get rainfall, as they've seen 1 to 2 feet in some cases, even that can be overwhelmed. It can take a long time for that to drain off. Officials warn these floodwaters will make for a dangerous situation as the rescue and recovery efforts continue. We see so many more injuries and sometimes even more fatalities after the storm. According to the administrator of FEMA, standing water brings with it all kinds of hazards. It has debris. It could have power lines. Again, as of Monday, at least 100 fatalities in the United States have been confirmed, and at least 96 of those were in the state of Florida, as well as 4 in North Carolina. The Associated Press also reported 3 fatalities in Cuba, of course, where Ian initially struck before hitting the lower 48 here. Much more to cover on the latest from Ian. Fort Myers residents being informed this past day it may be months before you're able to return to your homes there. Our number, 844-844-3388, as we roll into a Tuesday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed. That's our number. Jump on board. We'll get more on the impacts of Ian on Florida. Residents of Fort Myers, as I mentioned a moment ago, though, told you may have to wait multiple months before you can return to homes due to the destruction there. Rescue teams over the weekend working to find survivors. Estero Island, where Fort Myers Beach is located, had a mandatory evacuation order for their roughly 5,600 residents. But apparently about 750 did not follow those evacuation orders, opting to ride out the storm. Some survived, others did not. One survivor says, "We're alive. That makes us luckier than some of our neighbors, and we're thankful for that. But we are tired, we're dirty, we're hungry, we have no running water. We're going to run out of food that hasn't rotted already. We're going to get dehydrated. Our cars are ruined. We haven't had any water or food delivered to the area yet. Everyone on this island is cut off." Miami Fire and Rescue, Florida Task Force 2, public information officer noted that people don't realize the scope and the destruction until they emerge from their homes. Then they understand there's no way to sustain themselves here. Fort Myers Beach mayor said that U.S. Army Reserve teams are in there now doing their search and rescue. They have a number of sweeps that they have to make. There's a couple of teams. One starts at one end of the island, one starts at the other end, and they work their way towards the middle. Then those two teams are broken into smaller teams that go street by street. checking under debris, hoping to find live people, and unfortunately maybe not. So that's the process they're going through there now. The teams come down. They have this hasty search. They have these other searches. And then after that, they clear out the area. And then we move on from there. It's all on their timetable. So as soon as they're done with their work, then we can come in after that. So I guess right now the priority is still the search and rescue teams. And that's why some cases, they haven't arrived yet with the likes of bottled water and MREs and things of that nature. It's still a search and hopefully rescue mission that's taking place there. All right, lots to cover when we get to our industry headlines here on a Tuesday morning, 10th month, 4th day, 10-4 day, October 4. Obviously, it's not nearly celebrated as widespread as it once was, but truckstop.com has actually created a CB handle generator to commemorate the day. I mentioned Jimmy Carter designated 10-4 day in 1978 to honor the Citizens Band radio, which, believe it or not, was 20 years old at that time, and the widespread use of the CB by freight haulers and others. Carter remarked at the time that the growth in the use of the CB radios was extraordinary. The Federal Communications Commission had issued nearly 14 million licenses at that point in time. Yeah, there was a time you had to have a license to operate a CB radio. Now, while CB is primarily for emergency use, the non-emergency channels indeed brought a lot of enjoyment and companionship to millions of Americans over the years. And at the time, Jimmy Carter said, including his own family, declaring October 4th as 10-4 day. Anyway, Boise, Idaho-based truckstop.com is a load board to help carriers find freight loads to haul. Truckstop.com surveyed 500 truck drivers and found out that 84% of them plan to take some additional loads ahead of the holiday season. A busy pre-holiday is expected according to their survey. Survey was carried out on behalf of truckstop.com by London-based research company Census Wide. Now, according to their findings, 68% of U.S. truck drivers plan to take on to 15 to 25% more additional shifts ahead of the holiday season. Holiday season, October through January 1st. And that's going to be to support an increased seasonal demand. 27% of U.S. truck drivers plan to take on 25 to 50% more additional shifts ahead of this holiday. And 31% of U.S. truck drivers in the Northeast also plan to take 25 to 50% more additional shifts ahead of the holiday season. It's only 23% of drivers surveyed in the South who said the same. Different areas of the country, more freight moving. Heavy D on board. Welcome in. Hello, Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. Stay safe out there. A high-pressure pumping is ready to roll. Hello to Todd from Dover, Minnesota, with 55 degrees tonight. Copy in the mail. 3 guesses who that is. Hello, 5-7. Mason is on board. Hello from Ohio. Philly Dan. Well, good morning, Philly Dan. How you enjoying that rain? When's it going to end, right? He said, when I was young, I was scared of the dark. Now, when I see my electric bill, I'm scared of the lights. No kidding. Hello to Pappy. 45 degrees on the cruiser thermometer tonight in southwestern Hamilton County, Ohio. Shout out to the Big Moose for bringing the cruiser back undamaged. Y'all be safe out there. Hammer down. Let's go and let it roll. Yeah, I'm showing 54 outside the bunker. That thermometer may be off a little bit. Maybe there's Maybe they need some new batteries. Officially showing 49 at the International Airport at this hour. Good morning to Kentucky. Ken, hello to the overnight drive crew. Steve Summers checking in from Jasper, Alabama tonight. Down for the night on my break. Beautiful fall, y'all, weather. Kentucky Ken is listening in, though. James said still stuck in the cool, gloomy weather here in central Virginia. Heading back to the much warmer state of Georgia tomorrow. Good afternoon, hammer down. There's Larry on board. Got 48 degrees at, the New York-Connecticut state line there. All right. Jack on board. Rocket Man is at it again. Yes, he is. Yeah, Rocket Man, a.k.a. Kim Jong-un. I'll give you the latest there. Some scary moments for folks in Japan this past day. All right, we roll into a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start. Our number, 844-844-3388. We'll check in with some of our other listening friends via YouTube and Facebook. And, of course, get to your calls coming up. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
President Biden with First Lady Joe Biden visited Puerto Rico Monday, promising to rebuild it while surveying the damage caused by Hurricane Fiona a couple of weeks ago. Tens of thousands of people in the U.S. territory remain without power. More than 100 people had their lives claimed by Hurricane Ian. The Category 4 storm did a number on Southwest Florida last week. Ian's remnants are giving a nice soaking to areas between North Carolina and New Jersey. At least one ballistic missile was fired by North Korea. It sailed over Japan and possibly into the Pacific Ocean. It's the fifth round of weapons tests by North Korea in the past 10 days. On Wall Street Monday, the Dow added 765 points. The Nasdaq gained nearly 240 points. The S&P 500 rose close to 93 points, a more than 2% gain for all the major indexes, and the best day on Wall Street since late July. This is USA Radio News.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps' base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve, but passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuit seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-704-2731. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-704-2731. That's 800-704-2731. Again, 800-704-2731.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Who else we got on board checking in out of the box? Hello to Zorro. Morning, Zorro. Rockpick checking in from Rottenchester, New York, right? Stay safe and enjoy. Thank you to all the truck drivers out there. Here's Wesley in Camden, Delaware checking in. Good morning. Good morning from a rainy, wet Ephrata, PA. I say it wrong every time. Horse Feathers always has, is it Ephrata or Ephrata? The fifth day in a row, rain. Yeah, when's the rain get in? Dale, good to have you with us. He says, I'm off tonight, heading home from the gym right now. I'll watch for a little bit. We've got 44 degrees at the home 20 here in PA at this hour, though. All right, there's Norman in central Kansas, north central Kansas, 62 degrees with clear skies. Heading to Nebraska with another load of scrap tonight. Hello to the Michigan Madman. Been racing tonight online. Sent you some pictures. All right, I'll check those out here. Michigan Madman, good to have you on board. Hello to Jeff. Good morning. Norman said gas here at $3.25. Diesel anywhere from $4.47 to $4.80 per gallon. Yeah, that disparity, it's crazy. Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia, where it's 58 degrees. Tuned in on YouTube tonight because I've joined the club of Facebook jail inhabitants. Uh-oh. I was put in the dungeon for 23 hours for making a comment. Yep, you've got a record now, don't you? Apparently, I only have a few words, so I'll explain more tomorrow when I can get back on Facebook. But anyway, have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Yeah, North Korea. Rocket Man, as he was dubbed by former President Trump, Kim Jong-un, fired a suspected ballistic missile that flew over Japan Monday evening in the latest show of force, setting off alarms and prompting the Japanese government to warn people to shelter in place. The Japanese Prime Minister first announced the missile launch, tweeting, "Emergency alert. North Korea has launched a suspected ballistic missile. More updates to follow." The North Korean missile flew over Japan Tuesday morning, about 7:40 a.m. local time. In an update, he tweeted, "Emergency alert, a projectile that appears to be a North Korean ballistic missile has likely flown over Japan." This is the 23rd North Korean missile launch so far this year, conducting both ballistic and cruise missile tests throughout the year. Not the first time this year that a North Korean has fired a missile toward Japan, but this missile's flight path over the country does pose a higher risk of deadly miscalculations that could, unintentionally set off a broader conflict between those two countries. The New York Times Tokyo bureau chief tweeting, North Korea has launched 23 missiles this year, but this morning, one flew over Japan, triggering warnings for residents to seek shelter. They say it has landed in the Pacific Ocean. The first time these sort of warnings have been issued since 2017, and that gets scary, right? He tweeted that he'd been given the following instructions after the North Korean missile launch was detected. One is to dedicate maximum effort to gather and analyze information and provide the public speedy, adequate information. Number two, to ensure the safety of aircraft, vessels, and other assets. And number three, take all possible measures for precaution, including readiness for contingencies. The U.S. Embassy in Tokyo issued an advisory Tuesday morning stating the missile had indeed flown over the country, but that the Japanese government had warned citizens to continue to be cautious and monitor local media for guidance. The U.S. Embassy further recommended U.S. citizens in Japan to notify friends and family of your safety and also monitor local news media for further updates. Saber-rattling tensions. Kim Jong-un. Let's get to our calls here this Tuesday morning. Who we got first out of the box? Mike, I believe it is. Is that correct? Is this Mike? Hello, Mike. If you heard the beep, Mike. Yeah.
Hello?
Yes, sir. We got you. Who we got?
Hey. Oh, well, this is Mason.
Mason. Oh, I'm sorry.
Mason. Oh, you're all good. You're all good. This is my first time on the phone on the podcast here.
So where you checking in from, Mason?
I'm checking in from Tiffin, Ohio.
Okay. Well, what's going on tonight?
Nothing much. Just a farmer working night shift.
Is it
I'm on the good old night shift.
It's a busy time of year. Harvest season, correct?
Yes, it's harvest season. We just took part of our first bean field off today. I farm part-time, and then I work full-time in a limestone quarry.
Really?
Night shift. Yeah.
So night shift.
Always got to stay busy.
How's the harvest worked in the night shift? I don't know. I mean, with the modern equipment, the modern technology, I guess you've got all the lights. You can actually work the fields even through the overnight hours. Is that right?
Yep. And then we got GPS too, where we just press a button and it drives itself.
Wow. I mean, is there anyone so the combines running themselves, anybody in them or just actually remote control?
Oh yeah. We have, we sit in it, but when we turn the GPS off when we got to turn around, but we turn it back on when we get back in line.
That's pretty
and
wild.
Then it just drives itself all the way down the field.
So give me an update. How's the harvest coming along so far? Things looking good?
Good. We've never had a bean field this good before.
Really?
Soybeans, man.
Uh-huh.
We reached about 100 bushels an acre today. Never reached that much.
Wow, that's good news then.
Very good news.
I've been hearing. I guess
hoping it's going to be a good harvest.
Some parts of the country faring better than others because some places had a lot of drought conditions and other areas had just, late getting the crop in the fields with all the rain and.
Yeah, we just got real lucky with the timing of our crops getting in and then the rain throughout the summer. We were real lucky.
So you're tuned in are you on the app? You listen to the iPhone, the Android?
Yep, I'm on the app.
Okay.
I'm on the app.
So you're a first-time caller. First-time caller, right? Have you tried Hot Shot Secret products in your vehicles yet?
Nope, I was planning on ordering some for my truck.
Well, that's what
this
that's
winter.
where we got a $60 code that'll be coming your way. That'll help you on your first. You're on a diesel or a gasoline vehicle.
I've got a diesel pickup.
So get you
and
some.
then I also have all that farm equipment that's also diesel.
Oh, so you could use probably a lot of Hot Shot Secret products for the farm equipment, but yeah, as far as the personal vehicle, yeah, if you got the pickup truck, get you some stick shit eliminator and the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Yes, definitely. I'm going to have to get some.
All right.
I'm definitely going to have to buy some.
And then take care of all that farm equipment, right?
Oh, yes. It's hard. It's hard. Especially when you beat it up in the fall and you got to put it away in the winter. You got to fix everything, and then right when you get back ready to harvest next year, everything decides to break down on you.
Now, one of our kind of like the new parent company, if you've been listening, you're aware that with your farm equipment, you've got implements that once the harvest is done, do you empty the tanks or do you leave them full and put like the stay-bill or stabilizer in them? What do y'all do?
Yes, we normally keep the tanks full, and then we put a fuel stabilizer in the tanks, like an anti-gel mainly.
Mm-hmm.
And we put them in the tanks and let them sit over winter. Unless they need, like last year, we had one of our bigger tractors need a new front main seal in the axle. So we had that sitting in the shop most of the winter. So we were working on that. So we didn't put the stabilizer in that fuel, but everything else had the stabilizer in it.
Interesting. All right. Well, let me see here. Mason, we got your number here. We'll get you that $60 code. And one of these days, you're going to give us a call and give us a follow-up how things worked out, and maybe try some of that stuff in your farm implements as well. Well, good luck with the harvest. And thanks for listening in.
Hey,
have a great night.
Thank you for letting me on.
All right. Well, that's what we're here for. Yeah, I love hearing from those first-time callers. Yeah, all right, running the farm equipment at the midnight hour here in the state of Ohio. Good soybean harvest. All right. It is 844-844-3388. We'll be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All right, got your email there. Michigan Madman, your photos. That virtual racing night. Yeah. How'd you fare? Pretty good? Didn't end up suspended, did you? Under the industry headlines. This past Monday, Warner Enterprises announcing the acquisition of a 200 truck carrier based in Indiana. October 3rd, 2022, Warner reported closing on the acquisition of Fab 9 Incorporated, which does business as Baylor Trucking Incorporated. Did not disclose the financial terms of the agreement, but Warner said that they'll add Baylor's 234 highly skilled, tenured, and professional drivers to their team, as well as Baylor's fleet of 200 trucks. That's 170 company and 30 independent contractor and 980 trailers. Baylor will retain its current leadership, including President Kerry Baylor, as well as driver and non-driver employees. The trucking company will continue to operate under the Baylor brand name for the purposes of smooth integration and high driver retention. Now, Werner says Baylor will operate as a standalone business unit within Werner, and their financial results will be reported in Werner's one-way truckload unit within Truckload Transportation Services. According to the statement, Baylor, with its highly skilled professional drivers and non-driver associates, further strengthens our portfolio with their exceptional services and stellar reputation. Derek Leathers is chairman, president, and chief executive officer. Says, I've known Kerry Baylor for many years, and I have tremendous respect for what Kerry, her family, and her leadership team have created at Baylor. This acquisition delivers on our Werner Drive strategy and will position us for further growth. We expect this transaction to be accretive in year number one and anticipate buying power synergies. He went on to say both Werner and Baylor believe deeply that our professional drivers are the backbone of our companies. Both companies were founded by their first driver. Look forward to welcoming the Baylor team and working to create additional value for our customers and shareholders. You know, the typical jargon you hear with an acquisition like this. Let's see. I guess that would be a statement from Baylor. I've admired and respected Werner for a long time as an industry leader. We're excited to join the Werner team and look forward to continued growth as we leverage the strengths of Baylor and Werner to serve our existing and new customers at even higher levels. Milan, Indiana-based Baylor Trucking, founded in 1946 by Chester Baylor, providing truckload services to clients in the East Central and South Central USA with their network of 2 terminals. Mergers, acquisitions, there you go. All right, our number, 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you. Hope your week's off to a good start. What says 5-7 this morning?
Well, I hope the farmer calls back in. I'm dying to know. He said he has a bumper crop, but is the fuel being doubled? Because when he put, it was what, 5 a gallon when they put the, seed in the ground, when he busted the earth. And I'm just dying to know is with his bumper crop, because of the fuel cost, is he going to end up being no further ahead or what?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the bottom line. I would love to hear him. I pray he calls back and gets us informed on that. That was an exciting call, really. The tie-in with that is a commercial of Warnock's doing a commercial, politics, of course. And he's standing about hip deep in peanuts. And he's talking about where he got in with a Republican and to sell our products overseas. He can work with the Republicans, really. And you got a real nice looking farmer standing there. Excuse me, now think about it. You're in Georgia, peanut farmer. Really? I mean, it was probably on a Jimmy Carter farm. These people, I don't, it's all Democrat. I mean, Warnock's a green stamp to anything Nancy Pelosi puts out there. I'm sorry, you're going to have a hard time selling your peanuts in a recession, even in this country, let alone overseas. So I really do believe that, Walker's going to have a rough time because they're putting that out there about where he beat up his, wife and strangled her. And the only reason I can see maybe Democrats voting for him is maybe they want him up there next to Nancy Pelosi. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because
in
in
all honesty, Chevy guy, when times get tough, don't people eat a lot of peanut butter?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And
Right?
that's about the only thing that's the only thing your babies will eat sometimes.
Yeah.
You can shove anything at them, but a peanut butter and jelly sandwich ain't going to last very long. And finally, the people on the island should have been listening to the Steve Summers overnight drive. I mean, I've got canned food. I mean, I could last a couple of months just on the food that I've got stowed away, and just by buying a couple extra cans of stuff. That's 2 cans apiece. 2 times a day is survivable. Water, I've got stored water, stuff. The storm was coming, so you should have had a bunch of flush water. And a bunch of water. Every space in your refrigerator, your freezer should have been stuffed full of water. That helps. It freezes up or is cold and helps keep the thing cold. So I guess there are people that actually, if they don't have more than a day's food supply, and I don't know how people live like that.
Yeah.
So if they'd have been listening to the Steve Summers overnight drive, they would be, hey, we're fine.
Yeah, if you
need to ride back.
I mean, you can be all stocked up with rice and pinto beans and navy beans, and you could have your Patriot supply or freeze dried rations and all that. You gotta have water though. You gotta have drinkable water to actually make the stuff.
Yep. Well, that's where your water storage. I've got plenty of fresh drinking water. I've got the bottled water. I've got it stored. I mean, we went. My wife got on me all the time. But 2014, we had that major ice storm come down through here, and we were without power. Of course, I've got LP gas, so we have heat in the house, and we have a stove, cooking stove. But I had water stored everything because I've been listening to your program and everybody else talking about storage. And my wife was so aggravated because I had, why are you doing this, Well, when the day came, and I mean, we went a whole week, and we were using a gallon to flush the toilet. We had plenty of drinking water to make coffee. We didn't miss a single bowl of grits or a single cup of coffee. We did fine just by preparing. And at the end of it, she actually said, "Sweetie, I really appreciate that you did that for us." And but I guess there's people out there that just don't know how to prepare for the day after tomorrow.
Yep, that's true.
And like I said, so I don't know what they're listening to. I guess that rap music doesn't prepare people for the future. Other than that, this is hey, 5-7. We're gonna sit down and listen to the rest of the show. How about it? I'm on my way to South Georgia.
Hauling wood chips. There you go. 5-7. Copy in the mail. There you go. It is 844-3388. A couple minutes before we hit news break, we've got wide open lines. How is it that good news could actually be bad news? When it comes to the economy right now, that appears to be the case. According to the numbers yesterday, economic growth appears to have accelerated in the third quarter, which that would be good news, right? Which unfortunately means that monetary policy will likely have to be even more restrictive, and the odds of a so-called soft landing become even more narrow. We are in a good news is bad news cycle right now. Every piece of good news about economic growth will be interpreted by the Federal Reserve as a sign that financial conditions aren't tight enough to bring down inflation. Stock market rallies, for example, like we saw yesterday. What was the Dow up 700 and some points? It may feel like a nice relief from the bear market, but they are a form of loosening of financial conditions, and if sustained, will bring on higher interest rates. Last week, we got good news on the trade deficit. It narrowed significantly in the month of August, shrinking 3.2% to $87.4 billion. We'll delve a bit more into the numbers, where good news could actually be bad news. Lines available at 844-844-33. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Ukrainian forces are making big gains in the very areas the Kremlin is trying to take over. They penetrated Russian defenses in the southern Kherson region. The Ukrainians also consolidated gains in the east and other major battlefields, reestablishing control as Russian President Vladimir Putin is dealing with problems with manpower, weapons, morale. He's also dealing with criticism not just from outside of Russia, but within it. The advances made by Kyiv are so apparent that a Russian Defense Ministry spokesman had to acknowledge them. President Biden visiting Puerto Rico on Monday to see the damage caused by Hurricane Fiona. He says his administration will help rebuild the island every step of the way from the Category 1 storm. He'll visit Florida on Wednesday to see how the recovery from Hurricane Ian is plodding along. More than 100 people have been reported dead now from the Category 4 hurricane. Remnants of Ian soaking areas from North Carolina to New Jersey. About 16 million people are under some form of flood advisory, which is prompting one governor to tell his residents to be prepared and protected financially.
North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper says he would encourage every homeowner in his state to buy flood insurance.
We are pushing and encouraging people to buy flood insurance. We know that particularly in these areas that are hit time and again, that we got to be more resilient.
This was during an interview on NBC News. For the USA Radio News Los Angeles Bureau, I'm Ellie Andrews.
Wall Street has not seen a day this good since late July. The major indexes soaring more than 2%. The Dow added 765 points. The Nasdaq gained nearly 240 points. The S&P 500 rose close to 93 points. You are listening to USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the buy one, get one extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
Former President Trump is suing CNN, accusing the cable network of defaming his character. His attorneys claim that CNN sought to use its, quote, massive influence to defame their client for political purposes. Trump is seeking $475 million in punitive damages. The network did not comment on the lawsuit. One Kardashian did not keep up with her disclosures, and now she must pay.
Cable television socialite Kim Kardashian is in legal trouble with the Securities and Exchange Commission. She's agreed to pay $1.26 million to settle regulatory allegations that she failed to disclose money when she was being paid to promote a cryptocurrency to investors. The SEC complaints that Ms. Kardashian should have revealed that she was being paid when she promoted Ethereum Max crypto tokens on her Instagram account, a single post that netted her $250,000. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Ringo Starr has tested positive for COVID-19, forcing the former Beatle to cancel several Canadian stops with his all-star band. A statement from the band says the 82-year-old is recovering at home and hopes to resume as soon as possible. Apple says it will release Will Smith's next big project, Emancipation, in December. The fate of the film, which was once an Oscar contender, was put in limbo after the actor slapped comedian Chris Rock at the ceremony earlier this year. Smith's 10-year ban from attending the Oscars has complicated things. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers. And after reading your book, I simply must add you to the list.
Wait, you don't have a book yet. So make a free call to Page Publishing. Turn your book idea into publishing gold.
800-215-6818. 800-215-6818. That's 800-215-6818.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
All right, welcome back. Welcome aboard. Just joining us. Good to have you online. Steve Sommers, Overnight Drive. Close out a Monday. And make our way into a Tuesday, 4th day of October. Yeah, 10-4 day. Norman earlier said, I still have my CB radio that I bought at Johnson's Corner in Colorado, 1977. Is that right? That thing still work? Been around the block a time or two, huh? I bet you've had a lot of conversations on that bad boy over the years. Good morning to Gilligan. Hello, Steve, fellow listeners. 51, mostly cloudy at the Speedway in Martinsville, Virginia tonight. Everybody keep it shiny side up there. All right, Mason. That was Mason that called. He said, I was just on the phone with you. Great talking with you. Well, thanks for chiming in. And looking forward to hearing back from you in the future there, Mason. Buckeye Boy, went to Walmart today. They were very low and or out of a number of items. I told Kathy a long time ago to start stocking up on stuff, which she did. And I also bought a half a beef, which I'll be picking up soon. All right. Yeah, better safe than sorry, right? Let's see. Linwood on board. Hey, Steve, on the 5 in California, just past Grapevine, headed north, delivering a Ford Escape to Rainer, Oregon. Everyone have a great night. Drive safe. I'm listening in via Facebook this morning. All right, good to have you on board. Our number, 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you, so jump on in. Major Carlisle Gargus, the Salvation Army area commander in Fort Myers, Florida, this past day said that the cleanup is going to be a massive effort with everyone. We're now working hard to get food and resources into the community. But one of the tough things is that those who are helping in disaster have also been affected by this disaster. Because all of us have had damage to our homes, and some of us have lost homes completely. According to Reuters, at least, the death toll changed. At press time of this, it was 85. It's over 100 now. Of course, risk modeling firm Verisk said this past day that insurers are predicting between $42 and $57 billion in losses, a total that includes damage from wind, storm surge, and flooding, and nearly all those losses are in Florida. Now, when asked if the Salvation Army was in need of non-perishable food items, water, and generator donations to help with those affected by the storm, Salvation Army said, of course, all of those things are needed. Cash donations are the easiest for me because I can actually get my call in from the field of what they need. Then I can call and have it ordered and shipped directly to that point. Now, right now, with the shortage of volunteers, it helps us to have it processed right to the place through the vendors. Those who wish to give, either donate, you can call or go online, 1-800-SAL, S-A-L, Army. A great way to give, salvationarmyusa.org. Now, he also said that against the backdrop of destruction and fatalities, neighbors are pulling together to help each other as we look to rebuild. If someone has power, you'll see an extension cord running across the street to the other side that doesn't have power. We've had folks sharing gasoline with others to help with their generators, to keep the refrigerators at least running. And of course, here at the Salvation Army, a lot of our employees and their families have moved into their offices because they can't get into their homes. So it's everybody. It's all hands at the pump here, doing all we can do to get through this mess. And what a mess it is. Now, let me get back to we were talking about the good news is bad news in some cases with the economic numbers right now. We left off there with good news on the trade deficit last week, which narrowed significantly. A 6.4% decline in imported industrial supplies, a category that includes petroleum and petroleum products. It looks like what happens is that the price of oil fell, reducing nominal imports. A shrinking deficit, however, adds to gross domestic product, he explains. The Atlanta Fed's GDP Now model said the decline in the trade deficit of goods was strong enough to add a full percentage point to their tracker. Similarly, wholesale inventories rose by 1.3% in August, more than double the previous month and far more than the 0.4% that was expected. That was good for another 0.36 percentage point in GDP now. Consumer spending was much stronger than expected as well, rising 0.4% last month after falling 0.2% in July. That was twice what was expected. That added another 0.38% to GDP now. Now, after losing a bit on the weaker than expected construction spending figures on Monday, GDP now currently has the economy growing at a 2.3% rate in the just ended third quarter. What does that mean? Well, the Fed is likely to see all of these signs of growth as inflationary, or at least as evidence that the economy can handle still higher interest rates. And this makes it more likely that the terminal rate, when the Fed stops hiking, will be at an even 5%. That's not what the financial markets are expecting right now. But yeah, when good news is actually bad news. It is 844-844-3388. Guess this guy, under the industry headlines, he should get a DA of the Week nomination. Guess he thought he was going to hop on the trailer of a truck and hitch a ride. Didn't realize how long he was going to have to hang on. He got a longer ride than he bargained for after hitching a ride on the back of a tractor trailer Monday morning. This was in Wichita, Kansas, the early morning hours yesterday morning. According to the Guthrie news page, 30-year-old Dustin Slocum hopped onto the back of a trailer at a shipping yard in Wichita in hopes of finding his wife. But the trucker entered Interstate 35, not realizing he had an extra passenger on board. It wasn't until the Oklahoma-Kansas state line that motorists began calling police to report, hey, there's a guy holding on to the back of this rig. Yeah, the truck driver finally came to a stop around mile marker 178 near the Cimarron River Bridge after another semi and other vehicles were flashing their lights trying to get his attention. All said and done, this guy ended up having to hang on to the back of this trailer for a 130-mile ride. Slocum was found hanging onto the bars at the rear of the trailer, and he told officers about his attempts to find his wife and that he tried to get the driver to stop, but couldn't get his attention. Ultimately, he was taken into custody, booked into the county jail a little after 4 a.m. Monday morning. He has since been charged with being intoxicated in public and joyriding. He pleaded not guilty to both and was granted a $2,000 bond, but that had to be a heck of a ride. 130 miles hanging onto the back of the trailer while you're drunk, no less. Got a little more than he bargained for out of that one. Let's see what's going on with Gilligan. How's your week starting out there?
Oh, not too bad, Steve. I'm down here in Greensboro. Yeah, just unhooked my trailer, getting ready to hook up to my other one and head back north. Yeah, I'm a little out of breath. I just climbed in and out of the truck after cranking on the landing gear.
I hear you.
You know, it's hard being old fat like I am.
Yeah,
Hey,
you need some racy cups.
Yeah. Well, let me give a shout out to Linwood. I talked to him the other morning. He seems like a really nice man. Actually, he's not from, but his sister lives in a small community where I grew up in. A little community called Delray, West Virginia. This community, you can't call it a town, really, because how could you call it a town? Growing up, we had the store, the post office, in my uncle's garage. It was the only three things in that community. Since then, they moved the post office out. The store closed up, and my uncle closed his garage, so there's really no businesses left. But come to find out, his sister actually knows my family, my aunt and uncle, my mom, and all of them. You know, it's kind of funny how this. He lives in San Antonio, Texas. It's amazing how this show reaches out all over the country and how we can make connections to people that like that.
How about that? It's a small world, Gilligan. Small world.
Yes, it is. Chevy guy was talking about, well, 57, 57, whatever. We'll figure it out one of these days what his handle is for the week, if you know what I mean. About people being prepared. Now, people may think I go a little overboard. I got a few months of food, well, canned goods on hand. I've always got 2 freezers full. We've always got a good stock of water. But he's talking about how people are not prepared. I noticed this as soon as I started driving, because I hadn't been around the major cities to speak of. Every once in a while, I'd hear radio from up New York or wherever, you know. But it's amazing. You get around these major cities, and they're broadcasting. If a blizzard's coming in or just a bad snowstorm, make sure you've got at least 3 days of food on hand.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many people out there that literally go to the store every day and buy something for dinner. Now, you know, it's okay if you're thinking, to me, it's all right, you know, oh, I want this and I got none at the house. But to the point to where you've got to stop every day and stop and get something for dinner, I mean, it's absolutely crazy in my opinion. But, you know, I'm an old country boy, like a lot of your listeners, and we was always brought up to stay prepared. I mean, I grew up with a garden out in the yard. You know, I mean, my grandfather planted probably a good acre of garden. And I tell you what, it got a little hot out there in the summertime, pulling weeds and running the rototiller and such. But I'm sure there's a lot of people out there like that. I didn't grow up on a farm, but I'm an old farmhand. I did spend a lot of time out there working the farms and the pits, cows, stuff like that, you know. So but anyway, I slewed out there to Mason, out there working the fields tonight. We salute you. You know, you're the people that feed us. You know, we may be the stuff that haul the stuff, but you are the ones that feed America, you know, and feed the world. We all, I think, out here truly appreciate the American farmer. You know, we've all went hand in hand. I remember back, it's been over 20 years ago. Probably it had to be either the winter of 2000 or 2001. I can't remember. I remember it was winter time. And I was running across, out in the middle of nowhere, South Dakota. There's these little towns there's practically nothing in. And I had a big white-tailed buck right across in front of me. I slammed on the brakes instinctively. I had a 3-piece John Deere disc that would cover about 30 feet, the 3 pieces put together. Unfortunately, I had it strapped down. I made the mistake of not putting the U-chain on them. That was a mistake of mine. I'm an old flatbedder, but even highly trained ones do make mistakes. The front disc slipped off the front of the trailer and landed on the catwalk. Well, here I am. I'm stuck. I've got to get this piece back up on my trailer. Well, I'm right at the edge of town. I can see that I'm okay as long as I stay straight, and it's a straight road. Get up there, pull over at this little diner, get a hold of my company because my cell phone. I've had a cell phone since 2020. 2000, not 2020. I've had a cell phone and the same number for over 22 years. And call in, all right, we're going to send a wrecker out there and all this. Now, this is how the American farmer works with the truckers. I'm out there, and I seen this older guy come by. He come by a little bit later. He looked at me, and he says, he says, I got a tractor. I think I could set that disc up on your trailer for you. He says, I got a bucket on it and stuff. I looked at him and said, sir, I greatly appreciate it, but I've already got help coming on the way. This is the kind of thing the American farmers and the truckers, we do hand in hand. I mean, this man was all the more willing to come out there with his tractor. I said, I ain't got a lot of money. Oh, I ain't going to charge you anything. I said, they're like, I'm willing to pay you, but right now I've got help coming, But, and of course I had, if something would have happened, I could have been in a lot of trouble probably too. So probably I'm better off that I did wait for the wrecker to come out to pick it up. But that's just how most of these people are. And this is the camaraderie that's been in this industry for long before I was ever born, and stuff. I'm in my 50s. I remember hearing the stories when I come out here in the late 90s about how, it was in the old days. I mean, it's diminished a lot. I know older guys even remember what it was like 20, 25 years ago. But I remember the guys talking about, running back in the 50s with the bubble front GMCs and stuff like that. And I'm sure them guys remember talking to the guys with the needle nose Pete's and stuff like that from back in the 30s and stuff. It's a crying shame that how this industry has lost that. Well, that's about all my rant for tonight, Steve, and I appreciate you taking my call. I hope everybody has a safe night.
All right, Gilligan, thanks for sharing some memories, right? There you go. All right, we got clear lines at 844-3388. Couple minutes from news break here. Let's jump over to Eskimo Mom just sent me a link. Hurricane Ian relief efforts obviously are underway all over the country. In Kentucky, the owner of Yellow Freight is doing what he can to help, but he says he needs others to pitch in. He's loading up tractor trailers with supplies. And, of course, Fort Myers, Florida, devastated, completely ruined. The wrath of Hurricane Ian causing major flooding in Sindai Van Horn's coastal community there. This is my community. This is my home. It's not only for my pain, it's for everybody's pain. I'm terrified for everybody. But hundreds of miles away, friends in Kentucky want to do their part. Jeff Ireland is the terminal manager at Yellow Freight there. They began collecting supplies to send down to Fort Myers later on this week. We're looking just for a huge outreach from the community, he says. Anything from toiletries to personal hygiene products, pillows, blankets, non-perishable food, anything you'd normally see donated in a natural disaster. We're really hoping for a good turnout for distribution. Now, the sheriff of Lee County, Florida, addressed the media this past afternoon, thanking some of those neighboring states for stepping up to the plate in their time of need. What a blessing it is for people to come out from all over when that bell rings to come help us here in Lee County. I can't say thank you enough to the people who've been out there, the public outreach, the continuous people that want to help right now. Oh, speaking of which, emergency responders dealing with the aftermath of Ian, Florida, the Carolinas, may have actually suffered some extra setbacks over the weekend as a major solar flare disrupted radio communications. This was a powerful X1. You've got three different categories, X being the largest solar flare, but it goes like from X1 to X10. So it's the mildest form of the strongest category, if that makes sense. that erupted from the sun Sunday afternoon, a little before 4 o'clock Eastern Time, peaked about 30 minutes later. Since solar flares travel at the speed of light, the burst of electromagnetic radiation caused an immediate radio blackout, up to an hour on the sun-facing side of the planet. The affected region included the whole of the United States. According to Space Weather Watch, the radio blackout, classed by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration as a strong R3 category, it likely affected rescue workers using 25 megahertz radios to communicate in areas where the rampage of the hurricane had knocked down all the cell phone towers. The disruption in the upper layers of the atmosphere caused by the flare may also have made GPS positioning unavailable or less accurate, at least. Now, they do say a somewhat milder flare followed a few hours later, causing another radio blackout over the Western Pacific and Australia, according to Space Weather Watch. Both of those flares originated from sunspot called AR 3110 in the northwestern part of the sun's visible disk. Each of those was accompanied by a CME, the burst of magnetized particles that are now headed for the upper atmosphere of the Earth. Kind of give you the rest of the story coming up here. As we head toward news break, bottom of the hour. Clear lines at 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News.
President Biden with First Lady Joe Biden visited Puerto Rico Monday, promising to rebuild it while surveying the damage caused by Hurricane Fiona a couple of weeks ago. Tens of thousands of people in the U.S. territory remain without power. More than 100 people had their lives claimed by Hurricane Ian. The Category 4 storm did a number on Southwest Florida last week. Ian's remnants are giving a nice soaking to areas between North Carolina and New Jersey. At least one ballistic missile was fired by North Korea. It sailed over Japan and possibly into the Pacific Ocean. It's the fifth round of weapons tests by North Korea in the past 10 days. On Wall Street Monday, the Dow added 765 points. The Nasdaq gained nearly 240 points. The S&P 500 rose close to 93 points, a more than 2% gain for all the major indexes, and the best day on Wall Street since late July. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, coming up, we'll get to some of the other industry headlines. Where's everybody at? Phone lines open at 844-844-3388. It ain't a Monday. Hey, we did pretty good yesterday morning. Kept busy till that loneliest hour. Talking about the solar flare. Now, there's more to come, they say. So we have CMEs headed toward the Earth. Following the second flare that brought the radio blackout to the Western Pacific and Australia. Now, these two plasma clouds now may be headed toward the Earth, following a couple of earlier CMEs that exploded from the sun Saturday over the past weekend. Simultaneously, all this at the same time, a stronger than usual solar wind or stream of charged particles constantly emanating from the sun is currently blowing toward our planet as well. From a coronal hole, an opening in the magnetic field on the sun, the combination means that the CMEs may trigger a rather noticeable geomagnetic storm here on the Earth in the coming days. NOAA predicts that a moderate geomagnetic storm may hit the planet today, Tuesday, 10/4, October 4th, possibly causing minor power grid issues at high latitudes and affecting some satellites that would be in low Earth orbit. Space weather forecast expect more flares in the coming days as a new large, complex sunspot, dubbed AR 3112, has emerged on the northeast and will traverse the sun's visible disk over the next 2 weeks. According to the UK Space Weather Forecast Office, this is one of the biggest sunspots in years, they say, stretching across 80,000 miles. The Met Office in London said the AR 3112 has a potential to become more active, which means a likelihood of more solar flares and more CMEs in the coming days. So we're going to be watching the sun. Guess we can say it's official now. Canadian officials announced the removal of all COVID entry restrictions that went into effect over the weekend, starting Saturday, as well as testing, quarantine, isolation requirements for anyone entering the country. Now, so this ends the requirement that was put in place January 15 that required all U.S. truck drivers entering Canada to show proof of full vaccination. That, of course, that was the rule that sparked all the trucker protests in the spring of this year. Now, in light of the fact that Canada has ended their requirements, the calls are now coming for the U.S. to follow suit. Many organizations urging the United States government to do the same and drop similar cross-border vaccine requirements. Todd is on board, I believe it is. Thanks for dialing us up, Todd. What's going on this morning?
Oh, not a lot. I just had to call in and tell you what I seen tonight. You know, you're always seeing some crazy stuff out here.
Yes,
so
sir.
I see a guy go across the Catskill backwards and hits the side of the pole that's holding the sign over it, rips the tandems completely out from the back of his trailer, and proceeds to try to go on. And now his trailer's like leaning over in the back, and I'm like, I had just parked like 4 up from him to take my 30-minute break.
Yeah.
And I like hear all this commotion, and I'm like, I walk around there, and I'm like, well, this guy is literally going in the do not enter, and he rips the tandems out of his truck because he hits the side of the concrete thing, and I'm like,
wow.
Man, what I think every day out here, where do we get these people from? Because I go over to check on him, and there's already a couple guys over there. He did not speak one word of English.
I kind of wonder, I kind of figured, yeah, so where to get his license, right?
Of course, I'm up here in Minnesota, almost into South Dakota now, and so, you know, I'm getting up here closer to Canada, and I thought it was really bad in the Midwest and the South, but, man, up in here, there's like all kinds of guys that don't speak our language at all. I mean, like, literally none. It blows my mind. And these drivers tonight, I don't think I've ever seen anything like that before. I knew he was having a slow night, so I thought I'd call in and tell you what I saw with the guy trying to fight the Catskill, and the Catskill won the fight. So
I mean, once you ripped the tandems out, he actually was going to try to just go on.
Yeah, he was, and he telling somebody, I don't know what he was telling them, but they were like, stop. I mean, it was. I wish I'd have thought to brought my phone with me and out of the truck and
got it on tape. Yeah.
What's really funny about it is it wasn't even a Swift truck. So that's one good thing. I couldn't rag on the Swift driver because it wasn't a Swift driver. It was. I don't know. I didn't notice the plate on it. I don't know if he was Canadian or where he was driving out of, but it was a low boy. I mean, not a low boy. It was a flatbed though. That actually, I think he hit another truck, but he hit the thing holding the sign. I just shook my head and walked off when I heard him talking, because I was like, oh, okay.
The things you see, you can't make this stuff up, right?
Oh no, the real life is way funnier than any story you could ever make up, and that's absolutely true. Well, Mr. Sommers, you have good morning. We may call back in later if it's not too busy.
Thank you. Thanks for helping out there on a quiet Tuesday, 10-4 day, right? 4th day of October. All right, so Monday, you get into the first Monday of October. I guess it's the tradition where all these cases get presented to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court decides which cases they will take, which cases they won't take. And if memory serves, historically, I believe it's nearly 80% of cases that get presented to them they don't take, but they take up some of the larger high-profile cases. One case that they will not be taking, the Supreme Court announcing Monday they will not hear the case that challenged the Trump-era regulation that classified bump stocks as machine guns. Remember that scenario that unfolded? The court began the new term, releasing their order list of cases. And this bump stock case was among the cases that they denied. They also rejected a separate challenge pressed by people and groups led by Gun Owners of America. I guess they're wanting to overturn the ruling that bump stocks are now considered machine guns. So essentially banning bump stocks, right? Yeah, that was all after the case there in the Las Vegas shooting a number of years back. The justices made no comments in declining to hear the cases that were among many the court rejected. Of course, if you're not familiar, bump stocks are devices you attach to semi-automatic firearms so that a shooter can fire multiple rounds more rapidly. Yeah, they were banned. The Trump administration banned bump stocks in 2019, as I mentioned, after the Las Vegas shooting. Guy was using a number of weapons with bump stocks. Now, that was actually an about face for the Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, because in 2010, at that point in time, under the Obama administration, the agency found that bump stocks should not be classified as a machine gun and therefore should not be banned under federal law. They were not, again, until 2019. So that's where we stand now with the Supreme Court. 16 before the hour, midnight special on board. Hey there, what's happening?
Yeah, how's it going, Steve? Just rolling 77 south here, about Nitro, West Virginia. Headed down to Charleston.
Quiet night tonight, right? Not much. I don't think none of the rain reaching over there. It's just it's all over toward Maryland, Pennsylvania, southern New York.
Yeah, I haven't seen no rain, just cool weather. It's sort of chilly out there with that breeze blowing.
Yes, sir.
I heard you talking about CB radios earlier. Your father was a ham operator, wasn't he?
Oh, for years and years. I mean, he wasn't just a ham. He was big time into it back in the day. I had the CB, and of course, he had the ham, the little handheld devices when he was out on the road. But in the house, I mean, he had a setup with all kinds of equipment, big ass towers out behind the house. He was big into that.
Yeah, I remember he used to talk about it a lot. I started trucking in the early 90s, and I used to listen to him. I remember he used to talk about it a lot. He talked a lot about radios.
He'd talk about some of the celebrities. I remember him talking that I guess Ronnie Millsap was a ham guy, and he talked to Ronnie Millsap on several occasions. I can't remember, but you never know who you might run into on the ham radio, but you talk to people all over the world with that thing.
Yeah, it's sad to say it's going away. See a CB radio in a truck now, it's a dime a dozen. It's sadly it's going away. But talking about those solar flares, there's a guy that's been on that Coast to Coast show a lot, been warning about that for years, that the grid needs to be upgraded.
Yep. I mean, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And I hope they're making preparations for it, because that big one, what was it called? The Carrington Event, I think, was that the big one that happened way back in the telegraph days?
Yeah.
If they had a solar flare of that magnitude today, I mean, you think 2.6 million people without power in Florida after the hurricane was bad. Yeah, imagine, potentially half or three-quarters of the whole country losing power.
Yeah, that's right. But I know on those bump stocks, they're working on doing the pistol braces now, and I think that's going to be next. They're going to go. What they're trying to right now, after anything shorter than a 16-inch barrel has to have a pistol brace on it, or you have to get a tag stamp classified as a SBR, short barrel rifle. And to start with, when they come out with the pistol brace, they said you couldn't shoulder the thing, but then they went back and said you can shoulder the gun. And I think now they want to do away with it altogether and make you buy that tax stamp, or you make you a felon overnight. But let's see what happens.
Interesting. Well, everything else going on all right out there, aside from a cool night? I do see here, like much of Indiana and Ohio, there's not actually frost advisories, but they're saying there could be some scattered frost tonight because temperatures are supposed to drop down by 35, 37 degrees, so we could see some frost.
Oh, man, wild stuff will be here before you know it, Steve.
Yeah, and I ain't looking forward to it. You know me, I'm not a fan of old man winter. Well, thanks for checking in. Midnight Special. Have a great morning. Safe travels out there. Yeah, I pulled up here. It's a special weather statement. Again, there are actually frost advisories up in north central Ohio. But then for much, about the northern 2/3, almost northern 3/4 of Indiana, the western half of Ohio, almost down to the state line. That's only Hamilton County in southwest Ohio that's not under that special weather statement. See what they're saying here. Just how cool is it going to get? Patchy frost possible. Temperatures forecast to dip into 35 to 40 degree range by Tuesday morning. With the light to calm winds, could see some patchy frost developing. So, that's from the Weather Service in Wilmington, Ohio. Pretty much the same word coming out of the Weather Service office over in Indianapolis this morning. Temperatures falling into the middle 30s, central Indiana overnight into Tuesday morning. With the cool temperatures, the light winds, could see some frost in a few spots. You get outside the urban areas. Frost should be more prevalent in the normal, colder, low-lying rural regions, which, here in southwest Ohio, I think Pappy's over there in western Hamilton County. It's always a few degrees cooler. And I'm in the same county as he is, but he's always, 2, 3, sometimes 4 degrees cooler over there. All right, we return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
I just assume one of the things truck drivers fear the most out there is a major tire blowout. In this case, truckers sustained only minor injuries in a blowout that ended in the truck catching fire over the weekend in North Carolina. Semi was hauling a load of green peppers along I-95 at the 78-mile marker when the right front steer tire blew out. You know, it's got to be a scary thing, right? That blowout sent the semi crashing into the end cap of the highway barrier wall before skidding along the top of it, coming to rest, blocking both northbound lanes before catching fire. Again, thank heavens, the trucker suffering only minor injuries in the crash. Traffic was backed up for several hours, though, following that incident. They do say this was the fourth tractor-trailer crash in that same area since Saturday. Again, this happened on Sunday. I don't know if is there something wrong with the road, a pothole or something that's causing truck crashes there. All right, get to some of the other industry headlines coming up. Right now, back to the phones we go. Brain Dead checks in here on a Tuesday. How's your week starting out?
I could say a few words, Steve, but you'd probably get kicked off the radio.
So in other words, not the best way to start the week, huh?
No. Not especially not after last night. I worked at the dock, making a little bit of extra money. And let me just say, Heatwave better be glad he doesn't work the docks, because half the stuff they do here, you want to run your head through a wall while you're shaking it going, my God, how can you be so daggum stupid? I'm serious. And it's just as bad over here in Little Rock, if not worse.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's really pathetic what we hire. I mean, I don't know if you saw that little thing I put on the group page earlier, but that's pretty much the new people that we have. They don't care. They just don't care about the freight or getting it to the customer. The only thing they worry about is getting it off the dock and getting it loaded. You know, they have a minimum $3 bill an hour average. I tell them straight up, are you paid by the hour or by the piece? Because if you're paid by the hour, why not do the job right? Mm-hmm. Use the deck bars, use the dunnage, just protect the customer's freight at all costs, because the customers are the one that pays the bills. Without these customers we have, and what's going on with this change of operation right now, what's to say they don't go to another carrier? We need to try to protect all these customers at cost. So, but other than that, Steve, baseball's winding down for another year. I see your Reds did so good this year, right?
Oh, yeah, what a season. I did not check tonight. Did they hit that 100 loss of the season?
I don't know. I know we Pujols hit 703 this evening, so, and we're in playing. They say right now we're supposed to be playing the Phillies, so it's just going to be an interesting postseason, with Tampa Bay and the Guardians or the Indians, or I don't know what the heck their identity is going to be next year. But also too, when the Mariners are in for the first time in 21 years. So all in all, it's going to be an interesting season. But how was your weekend there, buddy?
Had a good weekend. Matter of fact, yeah, thanks for asking. You had a little bonfire there Friday night. Went out for a fish dinner and came home with the wife and some neighbors, sat out there, enjoyed the bonfire, took the kids to the pumpkin patch, the grandkids. Yeah, I don't know that I'd volunteer to do that again. I mean, me, the wife, and then the 3 grandkids, it's a bit of a handful.
So in other words, you have more gray hair than what you left with on Friday, right?
I would imagine so, yeah. It's just, the boys, you got an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old, and they nag at each other. And it's like, for the love of God, can you just get along for a moment? We're trying to have fun here.
Steve, I hate to tell you, but it gets worse. But anyway, I had a real interesting one with old Dingbat there. I got up kind of early Sunday morning there and started cooking breakfast, and she comes hobbling along in there, and she goes, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm cooking us some breakfast this morning." She goes, "Oh, good. And so she looks out our kitchen window, and we got a neighbor over there. She's a little single old lady, you know, widower, and she always on Sunday morning does her laundry, you know, hangs out the sheets and the towels. And she goes, "Wow, you really had a nice talk with that lady, huh? Her sheets and towels are so bright and white, and you know, it's really amazing." I says, "No, but it's not like that. Just sit down." She said, "Okay." I says, "You know, you complained there for a while because every time she'd hang them out, they were dingy and yellow, and she'll never get a man, and you know, she wasn't never no good at doing laundry." So I handed her a bottle of Windex, and I said, "Here, if you use this every now and then, you might be able to see clearly." Bye to me.
Ah, there you go. Okay. I can see clearly. All right, I can see the news break, top of the hour, coming up here as we roll into a Tuesday, 10-4 day, as they like to refer to it. Our number, 844-844-3388. Good to have you on board the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
President Biden will visit Florida Wednesday as parts of that state recovers from Hurricane Ian. At least 100 people have been reported dead from that storm. It was a Category 4 when it made landfall nearly a week ago in southwest Florida. Remnants of Ian are drenching parts of the East Coast. On Monday, President Biden with First Lady Jill Biden visited Puerto Rico. The U.S. territory is recovering from Hurricane Fiona, the Category 1 storm that struck the island 2 weeks ago, as it was still recovering from other natural disasters. Hurricane Maria in 2017, and earthquakes in 2020. Biden promised that his administration will be with the Commonwealth every step of the way as they rebuild.
I'm committed to this island. And yes, Puerto Rico is a strong place, and Puerto Ricans are strong people. But even so, you have had to bear so much and more than need be, and you haven't gotten the help in a timely way.
North Korea fired a ballistic missile over Japan for the first time in 5 years. That forced Japan to issue evacuation notices and suspend trains as Pyongyang escalates tests of weapons designed to strike regional U.S. allies. The office of Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida says at least one missile was fired and was believed to have landed in the Pacific Ocean. Kishida called it a reckless act and condemned it. Ukrainian forces are making big gains in the very areas that Russia is trying to take over. They penetrated Russian defenses in the southern Kherson region. The Ukrainians also consolidated gains in the east and other major battlefields, reestablishing control as Russian President Vladimir Putin is dealing with problems involving manpower, weapons, morale, and critics, not just from outside of Russia, but from within. The advances made by Kyiv are so apparent that a Russian Defense Ministry spokesman had to acknowledge them. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
Wall Street Monday had its best day since late July, with the major indexes soaring more than 2%. The Dow added 765 points, the Nasdaq gained nearly 240 points, and the S&P 500 rose close to 93 points. A proposed tax cut for the top earners in the United Kingdom, which sparked turmoil on financial markets, is being dropped. Treasury Chief Kwasi Kwarteng abandoned the idea to scrap the top 45% rate on those making more than £150,000 a year. That's equivalent to $167,000 U.S. Kwarteng said the rest of its tax-cutting stimulus package would be pushed along, though changes are expected. The Supreme Court declined to hear an appeal from MyPillow CEO Mike Lindell. He's fighting a defamation suit from Dominion Voting Systems, the makers of machines used to administer elections in several states. The company is suing Lindell for $1.3 billion, accusing him of hurting the company's brand by promoting long-debunked claims that it rigged the election in favor of now President Biden. The lawsuit is expected to proceed now. Former President Trump is suing CNN, accusing the cable network of defaming his character. His attorneys claim that CNN sought to use its, quote, massive influence to defame their client for political purposes. Trump is seeking $475 million in punitive damages. No comment from the network on the lawsuit. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
Technology lets you access a personal trainer from home, like on this exercise mirror.
Less talking, more squatting.
But to keep your hybrid workforce in shape, you need more than technology.
And kick. And jump.
You need PCs powered by Intel vPro, custom configured by CDW. Hardware-based security and remote management make it easy to protect and monitor PCs from anywhere.
Wait, don't turn me off.
Intel vPro makes secure remote management possible. CDW makes it powerful. Learn more at cdw.com/Intel client.
All right, how about a chance to win $1,000 cash in our $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway? Let's do this. You need a keyword, and your keyword this hour is change. Like pocket change, CHANGE. Simply go over to tncradio.live on the web, or you can use the tncradio.live app. Enter the keyword change. They'll ask for a couple of other questions, and you're registered. It's the $1,000 daily driver bonus. Don't forget, get additional keywords at 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. Eastern Time each weekday at tncradio.live. All right, back at it for another hour as we roll into a Tuesday, 10/4, October 4th. Oddly enough, all these years, I don't really remember 10/4 being celebrated as CB Radio Day, but I guess it's been doing it for decades, right? Now for this story, I am not surprised, believe it or not. If I want a hamburger, I want a hamburger. You know, moo cow hamburger. Not some plant-based ham. It's been the rage for several years now, the big push. Many of the fast food chains all get the meatless burgers, right? Plant-based meat. And apparently it's not going over too well. The Brazilian meat packer JBS has announced they're closing their United States plant-based food business. Plantera Foods, as it was called. After about 2 years. More signs. Troubles in the plant-based protein sector. A lot of people maybe tried it, so it looked like sales were increasing, but they're not coming back for more. Sales are flat or dropping. Colorado-based Plantera sold fake meat under the Ozo brand. JBS says they will now focus their plant-based operations in Brazil and Europe, apparently where more people are willing to go that way, continuing to gain market share and expand their customer base. But this sector's come under plenty of pressure because meat alternatives simply do not taste good enough and the prices are too high, according to a chief executive of the New England Consulting Group. He said JBS made a good decision, he said, to shut Plantera. Everybody and her sister thinks they can make money in this business, and they can't. Eventually, it may be a good business for a few players, but right now it's a proverbial sinkhole for a lot of people that are throwing good money after bad, chasing too little demand with way too much supply out there. Over the summer, you may recall, Beyond Meat lowered their revenue forecast for the year, announced job cuts as rising inflation hurt efforts to make their pricier plant-based meats more affordable. Separately, the Canadian pork processor Maple Leaf Foods has reduced the size of their plant-based business as well by 25%. The value of all meat alternatives sold in this country, including fresh and fully cooked products and fake seafood, believe it or not, was up just 1.1% in the year. That was compared to overall growth of over 8.1% a year ago and 44.8% in the year 2020. So, like I said, I think a lot of people were maybe giving it a shot, give it a try. Then the McDonald's fake burger, whatever they were calling them. But once was enough, and they ain't coming back for more. Have you tried a fake meat burger yet, Scarecrow? Hello, Scarecrow. Did we lose Scarecrow right when I picked him up? I heard him there for a second. Are you there, Scarecrow?
Yeah, Steve, are you there?
I'm here. Are you there?
Oh, yeah, doggone. I killed my headphone here. I still got the connection here. I pulled in my fuel stop here. I got to take care of business, Steve. We'll get back.
You want me to put you on hold, or you want to call back?
I better call back. This could take a little while.
Okay, all right, not a problem. All right, thank you, Scarecrow. We'll get to that a little bit later on. All right. Shadow Chaser, what's going on this morning?
How you doing, Steve?
Hanging with him. 10-4?
Hey, 10-4 back door. Hey, I remember years ago when I first started out at CB, a lot of state troopers, especially Ohio and New York State, they had in the cars. If you need a state trooper, all you had to do is go out down lane, get hold of one.
Yep. And I don't know that they even monitor anymore. I don't think they do.
No, I don't think they do. Matter of fact, Steve, talking about somebody's famous years ago, I had my own car going across 17 there in New York State. There's some guy on the radio hard for eastbound to come back to him. I thought the voice up for winter, and he talked about truck underneath the underpass. Here, all it was, remember that? So, moving on.
I do. Yeah, I remember the show. Moving on. Yes, absolutely.
Sorry, the dark-haired guy in the car, Sonny Pruitt. That's who it was on the TV I was talking to that day.
How about that? Sonny Pruitt, huh?
Yeah. And New York State, never forget, they had a state convict or somebody was right on the thruway. He was on the TV, and they got a couple of trucks, and they blocked him in so the state troopers could come up, catch up to him.
Yep.
Back them days, it was kind of neat how the state troopers talk to you on the TV.
Yeah. Do you use the CB anymore there, Shadow Chaser?
Oh, that's why I just listen to it. It's too much BS out there.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's what most drivers think. Too much shenanigans.
Yeah.
All right. Well, hope your week's off to a good start, Shadow Chaser. Thanks for checking in. Have a great night. Be safe out there. There's Horse Feathers. I bet. Let me guess. Are you playing in the rain?
Yeah, I've had enough of this. I just went by. There's this old guy with a long beard, wearing kind of a gray robe, and he's standing on. He was little bit of a knoll there where I was going down this road, and he had a bunch of animals out there, and it looked like he had about 2 apiece of all the ones he had there. And
Noah.
Kind of looked like he was building a boat.
Yeah.
You know anything about that?
Yeah.
Jeez. Yeah.
So it's literally pretty much rain. I mean, nonstop for the last 2 days up there, hadn't it?
Yeah. This is just it set out its mailbox here, Your Honor, and just expecting the postman to come by and deliver here permanently or something. So yeah, you talk about training the storms. It's just been planned here and just coming down. It'll lighten up a little bit once in a while, but for the most part, it just keeps coming down. So anyways, yeah, I'm expecting some flooding there. We still got some decent breeze blowing too, so don't be surprised, if there's something toppling over there. Some of them trees thinking about toppling over, or at least some limbs breaking out of them. But anyways, hey, can I get a double McVeggie burger with fries and supersize that?
Yeah, we've canceled that.
Yeah, all right. But anyways, hey, I guess I had to call back in there. I didn't realize there. Apparently, Facebook wasn't able to tell anybody that yesterday was my birthday. That I guess the day of when you in the profile thing there, I guess the day was only allowed to be seen by myself and not allowed to be seen by the public.
Oh.
So apparently it didn't tell people. It told them what year I was born, but not what day I was born on. So if anybody missed it there, it was yesterday. And I've known about 10-4 day for a long time because, I have my birthday on 10-3 and then we have 10-4 day after it. So then my cousin's birthday's on the 6th. So there you go. So then yours comes up on the 15th, and you said the princess, and I remember right, the princess
18th.
is the 18th, right?
Correct. That is correct. Yep.
So yeah, got to keep all them dates straight. Now, don't ask me what your wedding anniversary is, though. I don't know that one.
That's the one I tend to forget that one too. You know what? I can't forget this next one because that's going to be the next one will be the big 4-0, but that's in August.
So what is that? Have you been on the scale there? The gift scale, do you know what it is? Is it 40? Is that one of them special medals or something?
I'm sure it is. Gotta be something pretty big.
I'm a thinking. So 50 is what? Is that the silver? Is that silver at the 50 or is that gold? I don't know, but I'm thinking 40. I'm thinking it's going to be more than paper mache or crayons, wax, or something, But
apparently,
but anyways,
apparently the gift for the 40th anniversary traditionally is the ruby.
The ruby, ooh! Well, you better be booking another cruise because you're going to need to buy that down there, down south somewhere, or the south of the off one of them cruise stops there. You don't want to be buying it in this country, but anyways, I guess I got a phone call yesterday, and apparently I broke somebody's heart, and I don't know if I did I didn't do it intentionally, but anyways, I guess people weren't realizing what that picture was there I put up of the Wish trailer, the Wish Angel trailer, and didn't realize that every one of those stars has a child's name on it that has passed, that Make-A-Wishes, our chapter there, the Philadelphia, Susquehanna, Delaware Valley, Delaware, Susquehanna Valley, had granted wishes to, and all those children that, that are the ones that had passed since they had their wish granted.
Right.
So I apologize to anybody if I didn't mean to cause tears or heartache or anything, but anyways, I was just trying to put it out there so in case people didn't realize what it was. So anyways, I don't know. That's about what we got going for you there. I don't know what else there. So
well, how about once the rain ends, maybe we send you a little bit of that white stuff. What do you think?
Yeah, sure. That'll be good for propane season there. We'll start getting that geared up and everything and rolling along so we know what to start getting the business back and start getting in here. Can we relieve the hours of service with that too?
That was the question I shared that story in the last hour last evening that the Propane Association, which represents like 2,500 companies, is asking for a waiver for the hours. You think they'll give it to them?
I don't know. Is that because of the whole deal and the pipeline over there, that Nordstrom pipeline?
No, it's just the
fact
fact that they say that they can't keep up.
Okay. No, I just
did you miss that story?
It could very well be. I missed it. I missed it altogether. So I was done early last night. So I hadn't gotten back to hearing the rest of what you said there for the end of the show. But depending on how it's been out in the Midwest there, if they've been using propane at a heavy amount of rate to dry the grains, then yeah, it might be needed to be able to do that. We might be in a low volume situation right now, but with Europe being in the situation they are, they've been putting a lot on ships and barges and taking across the pond over there to try to get them, stockpiled up for their winter.
This is not some sort of not some immediate thing. They're asking for a 5-year waiver to the hours of service.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, it happens every year, but if anybody listen, I would just say that the overweight haulers are out here allowed 90,000 pounds, and if we could load our trailers over 80,000, so we'd be over 80,000 gross, and be able to run down the highway at a little more capacity. We in 10 trips, we'd actually haul a whole extra load. So and it'd be a whole lot safer to stay with more normal hours and having people run crazy with extra hours, and just have everybody run a little heavier, carry a little more.
Yep.
And we got volume capacity to haul a little more, not a lot more, but we got volume capacity to haul a little bit more, and we could get a little more down the road with every trip. And you wouldn't have to try to run so hard to make an extra trip if in 9 trips you really hauled 10. So I mean that's.
Well, I'll break down the waiver request for you again coming up here, because there's a handful of things that they were asking for. What they want, the 14-hour window driving window, the 14 hours to be 17 hours. They want the 11-hour driving window to be 14 hours, and several other things. But hey, we got to get a quick time out though. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed. Lines available. So jump on in. I pulled up the breakdown, so I guess, both Cincinnati and Pittsburgh avoided the 100 games lost mark last evening, I guess. Cincinnati actually beat the Cubs, and Pittsburgh Pirates beat the Cards, no less. So both of them, Cincinnati and Pittsburgh, I guess they're trying to end the season without reaching 100 losses. They're both 61 wins, 99 losses. Of course, the Reds take on the Cubs again today. The Pirates will take on the Cards again today. What are the odds? I'd wager they'll both have 100 losses when we come back here at the midnight hour, Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. Big Moose on the loose. What's going on?
Hey, I'm playing truck driver. What are you doing?
Playing radio.
Hey, Steve, I'd like to volunteer to buy a little chunk of advertisement time every morning for Horse Feathers there. We can get about 5 minutes right there at the beginning of the show where he can just give us a good old-fashioned Sally Struthers plea for donations. We just get that right out of the way, right off the top. That be all right?
That's fine. That's fine.
Put the 1-800 number up there, and he's gonna have to cry a little bit though. You know, old Sally's good at that. She turned them tears on like a spigot.
Yes, she would. Yes, she would.
Get him on there. Yeah, that'd be all right. We get him a Dolly Parton wig, crocodile tears. We get him on there 5 minutes right off the start. And I think, yeah, that'd be the way to do it.
Kind of funny how she was big as a boathouse, and she's pleading for people that are starving in Africa.
Right. Well, the upside was they could use her for shade. So. Now, they were talking about this 10-4 day and all this crap, and then they're talking about old Werner there absorbing Baylor. And I sent you an article there. It's a couple of years old, but I knew the fellow concerning that article. I knew him personally, and Carl Schaefer. Now he started Victory Express years ago out of Medway, Ohio. He was kind of a local entrepreneur around here, you know. Mm-hmm. He got a little ambitious. They busted him once for tax evasion and stuff. But the best story about Carl was after he had pretty much got out of the trucking business, he rolled that over to his boys. Now, not to be confused with the other Schaefer trucking companies, but Victory Express, Richard, the boy, took it over. But old Carl decided he's going to dabble in his entrepreneurship overseas, so he got tangled up with another cat here locally that had this big idea of starting a anthracite mining operation. They're looking for some kind of weirdo gemstone of some kind. I forget what they called it, a coonside or something. I don't know. But anyway, they were going to start digging down in Honduras. And so he talked old Carl into buying a bunch of equipment and sending it down there where he supposedly had these contacts on the ground that was going to start this mining outfit, you know. And old Carl fell for it hook, line, and sinker. So he started shipping this high-dollar Caterpillar equipment, excavating equipment down there, quarry equipment, you know, drills, loaders, dozers, stuff like that. Big money, big, heavy equipment. Anyway, his business partner, and I'm not going to mention no names because I know for a fact that at least 3 of your callers work for this clown as we speak. So I'm not going to mention no names. But the guy who was supposed to be setting up the mining operation down there was actually selling that equipment off to these damn guys that were stripping it down. He had a crew waiting down there. They bringing this new equipment down there. They would strip it down and sell it for parts. And while old Carl was, he was overseas somewhere doing something else, and his business partner was forging his names on the dang documents, and they picked old Carl up and throwed his ass in the damn prison down there in, well, it's Belize now, but at the time it was like British occupied Honduras or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But anyway, they throwed his old ass down there in this prison, and he liked to die. He had 2 heart attacks while he was in there, and they finally, and then this is, you can't make this up, man.
Yeah.
They need.
Yeah, we gotta pause for the rest of the story because my clock. I gotta news break time. So we'll be back. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
At least one ballistic missile was fired by North Korea. It sailed over Japan and possibly into the Pacific Ocean. It's the 5th round of weapons tests by North Korea in the past 10 days. Recent gains by Ukrainian forces have been so significant that a spokesman for the Kremlin's defense ministry had to acknowledge them. Fighters for Kyiv have been making inroads in the very areas that Russia is trying to absorb. President Biden visiting Puerto Rico with First Lady Jill Biden at his side. He vowed that his administration will stand by the U.S. territory that was still recovering from Hurricane Maria and earthquakes when Hurricane Fiona devastated the island a couple of weeks ago. Wall Street marking its best day since late July. The Dow added 765 points. The Nasdaq gained nearly 240 points. The S&P 500 rose close to 93 points, a more than 2% gain for all. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck. 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, we jump back into things here on a Tuesday morning. Hope your week's off to a good start. I mentioned, kind of kidding about sending some snow to Horse Feathers because he's down in Maryland, but no kidding. Forecasters expect the coldest air of the season to arrive later this week in the Midwest and Northeast, and a little snow may actually even come with it. Who's going to see that? All right, hang on. We'll bring it to you coming up. All right, back to Big Moose there. Got run over by a big truck.
Okay. Yeah, I knew you was coming up there pretty close on the break.
So we left off there. The guy's in prison, had a couple of heart attacks, damn near died in prison.
Yeah, in Honduras. So his boy up here, who's now the trucking mogul at this time, hires these guerrilla fighters to go into this Honduras hospital and smuggle the old man out of there. Now, this is honest to God, this really happened. So they bring him back to Dayton, and he pretty much, learned his lesson at that point, to quit being the entrepreneur. But the boy who then had taken over the original business, he ended up selling the business to Fuller down there at U.S. Express. And it was like $50 million business deal, total acquisition. Fuller bought the whole outfit, buildings, trucks, debts, everything. Bought the whole thing out for big money. But that's what reminded me of that when he was talking about Werner there buying up Baylor. Talking about they're going to run it as an independent business and they're going to keep all the leadership. And I'm going to tell you something, Steve. All that stuff sounds wonderful. Oh, isn't that wonderful what they're doing? They're going to keep the mom and pop shop, so to speak, as an independent entity inside their own business. That's all PR crap, Steve. As soon as that stuff starts affecting the bottom line, they'll tell them people to start packing. They'll get their dang severance pay in an envelope, and then they'll dissolve that company, and they'll piss it away like a fart in the wind. I seen that happen with Victory. And at one time, Victory Express was the largest trucking company in the state of Ohio. I mean, they were a serious competitor, and he sold out to Big Brother, and I don't blame him. It was a good business deal for him. $50 million is serious money, especially in them days. We're talking this 40 years ago, Steve, and they got their money and kind of dissolved into the woodwork, into retirement. And now I will say one thing: Maxwell and Pat Quinn and them guys down there at U.S. Express, they took care of them old Victory guys. Now they did. Now the workforce. Now the office people, that's another story. The office people, they got sent packing pretty quick with but the actual drivers, old Maxwell, he took care of them pretty good. I mean, there was a lot of them old Victory guys that finished their retirement years out with U.S. But as far as the name, it went away. They broke the equipment up, sold the buildings off. I mean, and that's, my point is, big business, serious business, big money business, they don't give a damn about sentimental names. And they're not about sentiment. And as soon as it starts affecting the bottom line, as soon as it is no longer economically feasible, they don't lose money on the count of sentiment. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And they've got there's no heartstrings to be pulled on in big business. And, like I said, maybe the drivers ain't got nothing to worry about, but if I was them people working in the office over at Baylor, I'd be seriously trying to find me another occupation as we speak, or at least another company doing the same line of work. But, that big money doesn't have no sentimental attachment to it. So, I just thought, they talking about this 10-4 day and, all this, just kind of bring up a little history lesson in the trucking community. I sent you the article if you want to go into it a little deeper, because I've said for years they needed to make a movie about that whole scenario, because, I mean, it was like something that you'd go watch on the movie theater Friday night, I mean, that would have been a good Charles Bronson movie. But anyway, I got to get something done tonight, so keep it twisted, spotted, the solid sunny side up, and all that jazz, and I'm 10-10 till we do it again. Come on.
There you go. We'll chat then. Thank you much, Big Moose. Heads up southbound I-95. This is in Maryland. Let's see. Closed at the 74-mile marker. Let's see. Closed at the mile marker 74, mile marker 67 crashed. 3 right lanes are closed. They're asking all traffic to get off at the 74 southbound, I guess, 895, kind of your detour. Let's see. Exit at 74 from 95. 152 south, then do Route 40 west. Do Route 43 west, then back to 95 south. I guess, I don't know, you follow the leader. Is that the way you play it when traffic shut down like that? Oh, the irony. You thought the chip shortage was bad. According to the Wall Street Journal, Ford was forced to delay shipments of new vehicles recently when, get this, they ran out of the iconic blue oval Ford badges and model name trim. We would call this one embarrassing if not for the ongoing parts shortages and other supply constraints that ravage the auto industry overall, for which we've reported semiconductor chip scarcity has been by far the highest profile issue. Apparently, a past badge supplier to Ford was forced to halt their manufacturing for a brief period in August while it sorted through a pollution issue, creating a waterfall effect that resulted in Ford parking newly built vehicles like the Ford F-150 while they awaited their iconography. That's funny. Yeah, no Ford labels on the front, the back, and all. Maybe that's why we had, because here just a few weeks ago, someone said there's thousands of pickups parked at the Kentucky Speedway again, after having been cleared out after what appeared to be the chip shortage was getting better. Ford has not confirmed any link between the temporary sideline supplier and the badge shortage it experienced, nor have they publicly said whether the impacted vehicles were among those tens of thousands parked at Kentucky Speedway, waiting for parts. We reached out to Ford for further comment. We're waiting their response, as well as confirmation that the shortage primarily impacted the F-150 pickup truck. As previously reported, those made up the bulk of those Kentucky-parked unsold vehicles. Ford says those thousands of parked new vehicles were said to be lacking parts or other semiconductors, which badges and trim would count as well. We can see why Ford might hold back the deliveries of new vehicles lacking, the Ford name itself on them, as well as other identifying markers such as the model name and trim. For now, it seems the blockage in the supply chain is easing a bit. Any vehicles built without the requisite badging are being fitted with the other relevant parts before being sent along to the dealerships for delivery. But that's kind of funny. Let this be a heads up to anyone shopping for a new car in the second half of the year. The semiconductor shortage is one thing, but you never know what other components might be suddenly making like trees and scram. That's funny. All right, back to the phones we go. Eagle on board. Are you with us, Eagle? How's your week starting out?
Yeah, I'm back on the road. Again. Left the house a couple of days ago. I'm back out here making all this money. Yeah, things are still going good right now, Steve. For me, I'm trying to make as much money as I can, brother. I'll probably take November into December off, a couple of weeks vacation. I've been working hard since the coronavirus and all that. So, yeah, I think I deserve a well-deserved 2 or 3 week break.
Sure.
Maybe do a little bit of traveling. Give up the truck for a while because, like I say, I love truck drivers. I just don't love the four-wheelers. These people, they're getting more and more aggressive, Steve. I've been driving for a long time. I've been driving over 20 years, and people used to have respect for trucks. They're absolutely zero, maybe a -0 when it comes to respect for trucks on the road. Now, it's real bad. People cut in front of you. You can't even leave a gap. When you're rolling down the interstate, you just leave a little gap for a car, and believe me, he will take it and cut right in front of you. And he don't give a damn if you run off the road or not. They had a real bad accident about a week or so ago in Texas, Steve, a town called Allen. Now, I don't even travel that highway because it's so dangerous. And they call it the Central Highway in Dallas, Texas, 75. That goes from Dallas up to Oklahoma, and you have to drive through the city of Dallas to get through there. And apparently it looked like a four-wheeler might have cut this truck off and hit him on the tire. Guy lost control of the truck, drove off a overpass and hit the ground, and the truck caught on fire, and the driver got burned alive. You couldn't even tell it was a truck that was on the ground. He looked, apparently some of the cameras that they have on the interstate got it on video with the car cutting in front of the guy, and guy driving off the interstate and truck catching on fire. So, like I said, it's no respect out here, and it's really a damn shame because that's the reason why I got in truck driving to begin with, because my dad used to be involved in trucking, and people actually respected truckers back in the 70s and 80s when I was a kid. People looked up to truck drivers, but not no more. Not no more, and that's really a damn shame because we're an important part of society now, but apparently somebody forgot to tell the American people that. But let me get on to something that's even more concerning to me, Steve, because I'm really fed. I told you this last week. I'm going to talk about the hurricane, and then I'm going to get on to this other person. And I don't care what anybody. she's nothing but a blatant racist, a black racist at that, just in case people didn't know black people can be racist too. But before I get to her, I want to talk about this hurricane one more time. I told you this last week when I talked to you, Steve. You got people out there saying that some of these deaths are resulting because of the bad forecast by some of these forecasters. Nobody can predict where the hell a hurricane is going to go. All they can do is give a judgment of where this thing. Okay, yeah, the hurricane forecaster said it was supposed to go into Tampa, but apparently the hurricane decided to go a different route. It went into Fort Myers. A lot of those people figured that they wasn't in the path of the hurricane, so they decided to stay at home, and they decided not to evacuate. And some of those people are the ones that they got killed, and some of the people are stranded in their home. That's not the forecaster's fault. You know that, Steve, but I'm talking about these other idiots out there that you see on television and on the radio that are blaming these deaths on the forecasters. Nobody could have predicted where the hell this hurricane was going to go. All you can do is give an estimate. So I wish these people would shut up and get a life and stop trying to put their problems on other people. Now, let's get on to this other person who I'm really fed up with, and she should have been taken off of television a long time ago, along with Don Lemon and this other loser, Gloria Vanderbilt, whatever the hell I forgot, on CNN. All of them should be out of job. And this is Joy Reid on MSNBC. Do you know she had the nerve to say, Steve, and I don't blame the governor of Florida for saying, we talked about this over the years after, incidents around America. DeSantis said, if you loot, we shoot. That's what he said to people in Fort Myers, because you actually have people that want to go down to Fort Myers and loot off of people that have had everything taken away from them by this hurricane. Are you still there?
Absolutely, yeah. Well, and that's what
she had the nerve.
He did say that. He said, you loot, we shoot. Yes.
Okay, well, Joy Reid had to turn it into a black situation. He's trying to say that DeSantis is a racist. He's trying to say that only black people are looting. He never said a black. He never said no race of anybody. He didn't say blacks loot, they shoot. He didn't say Mexicans loot, they shoot. He said that anybody loot, they shoot. But yet she turns it into a black and white thing because she's nothing but a racist, and she's always been a racist. And like I say, if MSNBC, the owners of that company, had any kind of pride about themselves, they would have terminated her contract a long that time ago, because she's nothing but a troublemaker, because there's no reason to put race into what DeSantis said, because I say the same thing. If you had the guts or the balls to go down to Fort Myers and try to steal from people that have lost everything, you deserve to be shot, and it's simple as that. Now, let's go on to this other situation, Steve. One more thing about this nuclear, and I'm talking to anybody that's out there. Vladimir Putin, I was looking at a video while you had me on hold. This guy here is looking dead into the camera as he does the interview. He's trying to act like he's pissed off and he's mad because Ukraine is talking about moving into NATO and what he's going to do if that occurs with the West. Like I said, and I've been saying this for ever since he stepped into Ukraine. Vladimir Putin can issue all the threats he wants, and that's all it is a threat, Steve. This guy has had nuclear weapons the whole time. Guess what? He hasn't released no nuclear weapons, and he won't release no nuclear weapons because he knows if he pushes that button or tells somebody to push that button, he'll be evaporated just like everybody else. And believe me, Vladimir Putin is a very evil and mean person, but he's not a stupid person. So, like I said, if Vladimir Putin, if you decide to push that button, my man, it's not just the West that's going to disappear. It's going to be Russia too, my man. So think about that before you push that button. Now, thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, there's no happy ending to that. None whatsoever. There is no way to conclude in a beneficial manner for anyone if he were to take that route. That's for sure. All right, 10 before the hour. It is 844-844-3388. But you notice this. What's the term? Saber rattling. Lots of saber rattling. We just hope that that's all it continues to be. We don't want it to go to the next level. I mean, some are saying, yes, NATO adding Ukraine would mean World War III. Right? Wrong? I think it's...
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, Blaine Holt was the guy's name. Blaine Holt, former retired Air Force Brigadier General Blaine Holt, said this is not the time for NATO to grant Ukraine emergency membership. Yeah, I was showing a video of the NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg discussing Ukraine's right to seek its own path, and the fact that 30 allies would need to approve a new member of the alliance. Now, he said, I appreciate the General Secretary's measured diplomatic words about what can happen, but on the technical aspects of this, let's play it out a bit. If Ukraine were to be granted emergency membership status right now, you essentially pull the entire alliance to an Article 5 commitment. And then we have an Article 5 war going on with Russia, which is, in effect, the precursor to World War III. It would be far better, and I think this is the way it will happen. Ukraine can be a NATO state someday, one day, but not until this conflict has ended. All right, so yeah, that's more of the saber rattling, right? And why would they even be alluding to that? Didn't Putin say, in essence, the reason he went into Ukraine was more and more countries that were coming into NATO? He's saying we're being surrounded by this NATO alliance, and they're getting closer and closer to our borders, and we're not going to allow that to happen. Why? At this stage in the game, would they even suggest any sort of an emergency NATO membership for Ukraine? I don't grasp it, but on a brighter note, let's, well, maybe not. If you don't like cold air, which I don't like wintertime. Forecasters expecting the coldest air of the season to arrive this week in the Midwest and the Northeast. Little snow could come with it. A taste of winter-like cold will occur following a brief, perhaps welcome warm-up across parts of the East. Temperatures in recent days have been on the downright chilly side, especially in the Northeast, still dealing with the after effects of Ian. New York City has barely made it above 60 degrees as we start the month of October. Average should be about 70 this time of year. So right on through midweek, a couple of warmer days, a coastal storm just offshore is going to keep the immediate coast on the cool side. Temperatures may go up a bit where the skies are clearer. High temperatures in the 70s in store across the Midwest and into the mid-Atlantic. Yeah, later today, the thermometer may read a few degrees higher. 70s forecast across the Midwest and Northeast, maybe even a few lower 80s. Cities like St. Louis, Missouri, Evansville, Indiana. Now, high temperatures will shift from the 50s at the start of the week in Philadelphia to the 60s today, 70s Thursday. Similar forecast for Washington, D.C. and New York City. So if you're looking to get outdoors, right midweek, this is when you're going to have to do it. Because timing-wise, this advancing cold front is going to bring a quick change and much colder weather by Thursday in the Midwest and by this weekend in the Northeast. According to forecasters, a strong cold front's going to move through, quickly sinking out of Canada and well south, allowing some polar air to spill southward across the east. Cold air first arrives in the western Great Lakes, locations like Chicago, Milwaukee, Grand Rapids, lows into the 30s by Thursday night. Then temperatures maybe even below freezing in northern Wisconsin and the UP of Michigan. By Friday night, the colder air expands over a much broader area. Chicago, Detroit, portions of the Cleveland metro area, all going to get in on a taste of old man winter. And I'm not looking forward to it. All right, time for a news break, a news update, top of the hour, the midnight hour on the West Coast coming on. As a matter of fact, it is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The Japanese Prime Minister's office says at least one missile fired from North Korea flew over Japan and is believed to have landed in the Pacific Ocean. Pyongyang fired the ballistic missile, escalating tests of weapons designed to strike key targets and regional American allies amid stalled nuclear diplomacy. It's the fifth round of weapons tests by North Korea in the past 10 days. It's seen as an apparent response to military drills between the U.S. and South Korea, North Korea viewing such drills as an invasion rehearsal. Ukrainian forces are making big gains in the very areas the Kremlin is trying to absorb. They penetrated Russian defenses in the southern Kherson region. The Ukrainians also consolidated gains in the east and other major battlefields, reestablishing control as Russian President Vladimir Putin is dealing with problems with manpower, weapons, morale, and criticism, foreign and domestic. The advances made by Kyiv are so apparent that a Russian Defense Ministry spokesman had to acknowledge them. Here in the U.S., we're learning that more than 100 people have been reported dead in the wake of Hurricane Ian, the vast majority of them in the state of Florida, where Ian made landfall as a Category 4 storm. President Biden with First Lady Joe Biden began his first surveying of Hurricane Fiona's damage in Puerto Rico. Fiona was a Category 1 storm when it hit the island about a couple of weeks ago. The president vowed that his administration will be with the territory as they rebuild.
We came here in person to show that we're with you. All of America's with you as you receive and recover and rebuild.
13 people were confirmed dead from Fiona by that island's Department of Health. Puerto Rico was still in recovery mode from Hurricane Maria 5 years ago and earthquakes from 2020. Wall Street had its best day since late July, major indexes soaring more than 2%. You are listening to USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the buy one, get one extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
The Supreme Court declined to hear an appeal from MyPillow CEO Mike Lindell. He's fighting a defamation suit from Dominion Voting Systems, the makers of machines used to administer elections in several states. The company sued Lindell for $1.3 billion, accusing him of hurting the company's brand by promoting long-debunked claims that it rigged the election in favor of now President Biden. The lawsuit can now proceed against Lindell. Former President Trump is suing CNN, accusing the cable network of defaming his character. His attorneys claim that CNN sought to use its, quote, massive influence to defame their client for political purposes. Trump is seeking $475 million in punitive damages. No comment from the network on the lawsuit. More than 25,000 refugees were allowed into the U.S. in fiscal 2022. That comprises of only 20% of the refugee spots allocated by the Biden administration. In fact, the U.S. has failed to come close to the ceiling of 125,000 refugees in the 2 fiscal years since President Biden took office. A proposed tax cut for the top earners in the United Kingdom, which sparked turmoil on financial markets, is being dropped. Treasury Chief Kwasi Kwarteng abandoned the idea to scrap the top 45% rate on those making more than £150,000 a year, the amount equal to $167,000 U.S. Kwarteng says that the rest of the tax-cutting stimulus package would be pushed along, though changes are expected. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
I was 53, divorced, and ready to get back out there. I was unsure about dating sites, but I signed up for Silver Singles and quickly met Lily.
Mark and Lily rediscovered the romance they deserve on Silver Singles, the secure dating site for 50-plus singles who know what they want.
Lily's a lover of the great outdoors like me, and we instantly connected over it.
If you're like Mark and want to rediscover that feeling, sign up today at silversingles.com/chat. That's silversingles.com/chat.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF Regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, thank you very much, Big Moose. As we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, welcome into the 4th day of October, 10-4, right? 3:08 Eastern Time, 12:08 on the West Coast. Hope your week's off to a good start. Made it to a Monday, right? Now we can start looking forward to the weekend. Isn't that the way it works? I've seen the research where, yeah, in all honesty, men begin looking forward to the weekend on Tuesdays. For women, according to the research, it's more like they start thinking about the weekend about Thursday. Men, all about the weekend. Industry headline, the Western Kansas Wildlife Center helps the Mitten Incorporated truck stop in Oakley, Kansas, retain their identity and independence as a TA franchise. The Oakley TA at the junction of I-70 and Old US 40, Oakley, in northwest Kansas. Of course, this is a truck stop with a long history before becoming a TA franchise or adding the Western Kansas Wildlife Center. The Mitten Incorporated truck stop was founded by Jim Mitten and his wife. They had bought a trucking operation in 1966, and a year later bought a Skelly oil service station, becoming a truck stop operated by a trucker. Yeah, the truck stop remains a family-run operation. Matt Mildenberger, president and CEO of the business, is actually a grandson of the founders. Next year is the 55th anniversary for the third-generation family business. There's parking for 150 tractor-trailers there, 6 truck service bays. The parking area is concrete paved, well-lit. According to the executive vice president of Mitten Incorporated, we know truckers appreciate nice, even parking areas. Yeah, we've spent a lot of money. We're very proud of our parking lot. In addition to the 150 marked parking spots for tractor trailers, free parking on an adjacent property where Mitten bought and demolished another building. Get says we're a very big fan of independent operators. In fact, The Mitten TA has some former owner-operators actually on staff there. The business has grown to include a Blue Beacon truck wash and a roadside service squad, an urgent care medical facility, a fairly new addition. There's also an IHOP restaurant, full-service deli, Hunt Brothers Pizza, Sonic, a hotel across from the travel center, and an office building that Mitten also has a bulk fuel department that serves a 3-state region. Been a TA franchise for about 18 years now, but yeah, I'm looking at some of the photos. Looks like a pretty nice place there. Hey, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything you may have sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil storage keeps gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. Make sure you store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. All right, plenty of room for you. Lines available at 844-844-3388. I think Deranger shared this on his Facebook page yesterday under the heading, You Can't Make This Stuff Up. Photograph of a Tesla automobile parked at the fuel pump, the gas pump. Yeah, the guy's out there, he's got 3 gas cans that he's filling up. I presume this was a photo snapped either in Florida or could have been the Carolinas last week. Doesn't say really where it is. But the funny thing is the license plate on his automobile, on his Tesla electric vehicle, which is EWWWGAS. Ooh, gas. Kind of funny. It looks like he needs some gas for his generator when the power goes out. I guess he can't rely on his Tesla to keep his home up and running. It's just comical, though. Ooh, gas. And he's got 1, 2, 3 gas cans there filling up for the storm. Philip is in Florida. Philip, another day. How'd things go yesterday?
Oh, we went all right. We're a little chilly down here in the mornings, but other than that, it's all right.
Is there anybody actually at the parks right now? I just can't hardly imagine people coming in there after all the devastation. Are there people there?
Yeah, we've had pretty good attendance.
Wow.
Our attendance hasn't went down any.
I'll be darned.
No, attendance is fine. And by the way, yes, sir, the green has gone out the door when it comes to keeping your power on. So people are doing whatever they need to make their power with their generator. Mm-hmm. They don't care if it's gas or whatever. So, yeah, that's funny. That's funny you were talking about that Tesla. I was thinking about that the other day after the storm. Ain't nobody going to be worried about the ozone with these generators out there. And they're running like neighborhoods with like 20 and 30 of them running out there. So, but how you guys doing, Steve?
Doing well. Week's off to a good start. Yes, sir.
What's the temperature up there in Ohio right now?
Officially 46 at the airport.
We're sitting at about 65 down here. So I noticed this cool weather when that hurricane came through the other day. After it came through, we walked outside and it was just a little bit over 70 degrees when we walked out after the hurricane, which usually after a hurricane, it's warm. But that was a crazy storm. It was a real crazy one. I said this yesterday. I never seen something that it was like a switch going on and off through the thing. It wasn't constant. There wasn't too much stuff going constant. And Eagle, I heard your comments about racism. You are right. It does play both sides of the field. And I wish people would understand that. But I ain't got time for that mess. I got to worry about getting the job done and doing what I need to do to take care of business with my family. So I wish a lot of people would do that. We're supposed to have the president here tomorrow, Steve.
Have they said, is he going to Fort Myers, or did they say?
Yeah, he's going down there to Fort Myers and go check it out. It's actually one of the first times that him and DeSantis have been they've been talking a lot here lately, and with all these emergency decorations and all this other stuff. And also, October 1st started our sales tax removal from the state sales tax on the fuel down here. So our fuel is actually cheaper now than it has been in a long time. Everybody thought it was due to the storm, but it was actually, we voted it in, and they're going to take it in there. So we'll see how she plays out. Hopefully they keep it for a while, because it took about 30 cents off the fuel price. I'll tell you what, man, they're moving a lot of equipment down south. I haven't seen so much equipment coming down I-4 ever, and they're moving a lot of it down there to take care of people. I think they're almost up to 100 now on the deaths.
Yes.
And also, we got a busy week with launches, Steve. SpaceX has got one going off. We got an Atlas going off this afternoon. Then tomorrow we got SpaceX, and then the crew mission is pretty soon. And going to be a lot of things going on with space. And China is actually going to be launching another one of those March rockets, but it's going to be having an observatory on it. They're going to have a sun observatory on it. And I was looking at the size of that thing, and it's a massive, massive satellite out. They're going to be putting it on one of those Long March rockets. Hopefully it doesn't come back and fall on somebody somewhere over the Indian Ocean or somewhere. But that's pretty much all I got today, Steve. You guys have a good one. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for checking in. Yeah, I did have the story about the SpaceX mission, but that is slated to launch on Wednesday. That's going to be a crewed mission, by the way. It's Crew 5. The crew members of the next astronaut mission for NASA have made it to the launch site. That is called Crew 5, scheduled to lift off from Pad 39A at the Kennedy Space Center on Wednesday, October 5. Preparations can ramp up further now because the mission's 4 astronauts are on site at the Kennedy Space Center. The quartet arrived on Saturday, a little after the noon hour, flying in from Ellington Field near the Johnson Space Center in Houston. They were originally supposed to be at the Kennedy Space Center already. NASA and SpaceX had been targeting an October 3rd launch for Crew 5, but obviously Hurricane Ian forced a couple days delay. Of course, the storm also impelled NASA to roll the Artemis 1 moon rocket off Launch Pad 39B back to the vehicle assembly building, which apparently rode out the storm pretty much unscathed. Now, the SpaceX Falcon 9 with the Dragon capsule that will fly Crew 5 did not need to roll back. They just made the trip to Pad 39A from the processing facility at the Kennedy Space Center on Saturday. So while they had rolled Artemis back, they just rolled the Falcon back out. Crew 5 will send 4 astronauts, Man, Casada, Wakata, and Kalina, to the International Space Station for a roughly 5-month stay. This is, they say, a historic mission for several reasons. Man will become the first Native American female to reach space, and Kakina will be the first cosmonaut to fly on the orbiting lab with SpaceX. There you go. It's Nicole Mann, Josh Casada, Japan's Koichi Wakata, and the Russian cosmonaut Anna Kakina. They're on site at the Kennedy Space Center, and again, launch doesn't give a launch time, but again, Wednesday, so I'll have to double check on that. But, well, there you go. It is 844-844-3388. Hey, good morning, Vic. What's happening?
Well, there's quite a few things happening there. I was listening to you talk there. I really called to talk about this whole Ukraine-Russia thing and the history, but when you were talking about some of the different things, I don't know why, maybe it's on the news. with these midterm elections and the way to me, the Republicans shot themselves in the foot with this whole abortion issue after all those years. Finally got it back to the states. And I know here in Indiana, they even had a special session to deal with that. And they came up with an abortion law that, oddly enough, the Satanic Temple is filing a lawsuit against them, saying that interferes with their religious freedom. So it's kind of a convoluted thing, but I know the laws that they passed here in Indiana said that they couldn't consider the mental health of the mother, but the mother to be would have to undergo counseling before she could get an abortion. So I don't know what they came up with. I never looked at it, but my only thought was they had a chance to have an honest and open debate on it, and they just rushed through a lot of legislation, not only here but in a lot of the states, and brought up an issue that really shouldn't even have been that much of an issue. And when you have a situation like we have over there in Ukraine, that's something that should have been more of an issue, because when you were talking about that EU and NATO membership, you know, Turkey is also a member of NATO, and Turkey has its problems from the Syrian war, which is still going on, because a lot of refugees are showing up there and they're having trouble with their currency. And since they border Russia, they're not anxious to borrow any more trouble at this particular time, and maybe never. But the odd thing with Putin is, probably not too many people remember this, but when Gorbachev decided he would reform the Soviet Union, you know, glasnost, perestroika, and everything was going pretty good there, and then George H.W. Bush won the presidency, and the next thing I know, they're having all types of ethnic wars over there. And then finally, do you remember the coup whenever Gorbachev took a vacation to his resort home, or dacha as they called it over there? I think it was in August of 90. Well, oddly enough, they never did really find out who engineered it, but they laid it all off onto the military and the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. They were upset with what Gorbachev was doing. And Boris Yeltsin somehow became a hero in that, rode on a tank or something or whatever, and he rescued Gorbachev. Well, Yeltsin, he was kind of he had a drinking problem, but he was also quite a bit of a schemer. And while Gorbachev was trying to reform the Soviet Union and the Communist Party and trying to keep people close to him, Yeltsin was scheming to create a whole new system over there, and it eventually became the Confederate of Independent States. And he was running around telling Ukraine and some other former Soviet republics that, you know, don't go along with Gorbachev, you go with me, and we'll have a better deal. And one of the allies in that was none other than Putin. Putin and Yeltsin were big buddies, and the reason that they were doing that was because they could convert the state-owned enterprises over to a private enterprise and make a lot of money. And Putin made an awful lot of money in that. And so he, at one time, Putin was actually encouraging Ukraine to split from the old Soviet Union and create their own government. And it seems odd that now he's coming back and saying, no, you know, you need to be a part of Russia. And that goes way back to whenever the royal family in Russia and the royal family in England, they were both related, and they fought over the Crimea Peninsula, the Crimean War. And that whole thing in Ukraine, the eastern part of Ukraine has always wanted to go with Russia. The western part wanted to go with the European countries. So the whole split over there in Ukraine, that has a very, very long history. And most of Ukraine was usually owned by royal families. It wasn't owned by somebody else, and they just had their serfs or their peasants doing work on their land, and they were taking the resources. So when you look at that whole thing, and now Putin comes up and says, you know, he's going to use nuclear warheads or something of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
And some of those countries like Chechnya that wound up, remember, Russia conquered Chechnya at one time and pulled them back in, much like in Crimea. And they installed their leaders. So if Putin is not successful in Ukraine and he is removed, you'll see some other leaders probably being removed also. And that's probably why that one Chechen leader jumped in there and said, you know, well, Putin needs to use tactical nukes. So, and that would touch off so many different things. That would have to be the height of insanity. But to me, the one reason that Ukraine was not allowed into the EU, the European Union, and NATO was because of their corruption.
Correct.
And before they could do that, all of that had to be investigated because you know, Greece is they're in terrible shape, and so is Italy, part of their European Union. And I seen something the other day that said that Greece is trying to get tankers to Russia to load up oil before the EU sanctions take effect. I thought they already had, but supposedly they're headed there. And again, a lot of countries are cranking up their coal-fired power generation stations because they're looking for a cold winter. Regardless of what happens with the pipeline over the Nord Stream or anything else, or Russian sanctions, because it's just a matter of physically delivering. But the big thing is that the whole EU NATO membership, and General Holt was right. If you take them in now, then you're going to have to honor that Article 5
Article
agreement.
5 would kick in, yeah. And Vic, I got to get to my news break there, but thanks for a little history lesson, as they say. It's 844-3388. Bottom of the hour rolls around as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
President Biden with First Lady Joe Biden visited Puerto Rico Monday, promising to rebuild it while surveying the damage caused by Hurricane Fiona a couple of weeks ago. Tens of thousands of people in the U.S. territory remain without power. More than 100 people had their lives claimed by Hurricane Ian. The Category 4 storm did a number on Southwest Florida last week. Ian's remnants are giving a nice soaking to areas between North Carolina and New Jersey. At least one ballistic missile was fired by North Korea. It sailed over Japan and possibly into the Pacific Ocean. It's the fifth round of weapons tests by North Korea in the past 10 days. On Wall Street Monday, the Dow added 765 points. The Nasdaq gained nearly 240 points. The S&P 500 rose close to 93 points, a more than 2% gain for all the major indexes, and the best day on Wall Street since late July. This is USA Radio News.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou, a term provider, 800-568-2790. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-568-2790. That's 800-568-2790 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-568-2790.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So according to Philip, prices are going down. You're saving at the pump a little. The tax, fuel tax that they voted in the holiday on the fuel tax there. You head out to the other side of the country, even with a fuel tax holiday, that is not the case. Could you imagine gas prices in Los Angeles County are actually setting new records, even higher than they were months ago when the national average hit $5 a gallon. Gas prices hit $6.46 per gallon Monday morning. That was the average this past morning, soaring past the previous record during the nationwide surge this past spring. Average price of a gallon of self-serve regular gas in LA County rose 0.7 cents to $6.46 Monday, topping the old record set back on June 14th. Average price has risen there for 31 consecutive days, increasing $1.22 per gallon, including 1 cent increase Sunday, a 15-cent increase on Thursday, the largest daily increase since a record 19-cent hike back on October the 5th of 2012. These are the numbers from AAA and the Oil Price Information Service. The streak of increases after a run of 78 decreases over 80 days that had dropped prices $1.21 per gallon. So that's been erased, and you're now at or above the price you were when you were setting records back in the spring. Reports shows gas prices have risen in California over the past several weeks, despite the gradual decline nationwide for several unique factors. Problems at some local refineries. Californians already paid the highest gas prices in the nation because of their environmental regulations and their taxes. But the limited number of refineries, thanks to those same regulations, means that when some are down for maintenance, whether scheduled or unscheduled, the state cannot replace the missing supply. Governor Newsom recently announced gas stations will be allowed to sell the cheaper winter blend, which produces more of the emissions that they want to restrict in the state. He's going to allow that several weeks ahead of schedule there. Fall, transition time to the winter blends should be occurring around most of the country right about now anyway, but $6.46 average price. Wow. All right, back to the phones, and would that be Pappy? I believe it is. If the
hey, 10-4 there, good buddy.
No, wait a minute. It's 10-4 day, not good buddy.
All right. Hey, I want to say, when Smokey and the Bandit come out, Steve? 77, 78, right around there, right?
Yeah.
I bet you he done that right after that movie came out. Even though it was The Crave, but once that movie came out, man, that really put the old CBs in the spotlight, didn't it?
It sure did.
My old handle, Steve, was Little Bopper.
Little Bopper, okay.
Little Bopper, KEI 8429. I still remember the call signs.
How about that?
But, man, listen, Steve, I missed the last couple hours. A little busy doing some administration stuff, but what the heck is up with North Korea, Steve? Well, that's a big deal, man. I don't know if you guys have been talking about it.
We touched on that hour one to actually send a ballistic missile over Japan. I mean, if something happens unintentionally and that damn thing drops and impacts, good Lord.
Steve, I don't know. You're way above my pay grade, but I don't know if North Korea gives a warning out or not. But this is how some major accidents can happen. And why wasn't that thing shot down? That's a good question I got. Unless, they put out a warning saying, hey, we're going to launch this thing. So they knew, but I don't.
My understanding is they don't put out a warning. I guess they're monitoring constantly. Japan sent out an emergency alert. We have detected a launch, and more information will be forthcoming. And then the next information telling people to shelter in place, like they don't know what's going on. I don't know if they sound their sirens or what. But then finally they said that the missile crossed the island and landed in the Pacific, I guess.
Crazy stuff, Steve. Listen, was Rocket Man, was he seen in any of these photographs or video from this? You know how they usually do that, Steve. They'll show him standing there, when they make the launch. Because we ain't seen hide nor hair of him for what, about a year or two now?
Seems like it's been quite a while, yeah.
Well, I'm going back a little ways, but I remember some intel or rumors going around that he was sick, if not dead.
Yeah, I remember those rumors.
And that his sister was running the country.
She was kind of stepping up into, I haven't heard anything as of late.
So I'm wondering, what's going on with him, if he's even around. who's running the show over there. That's why we're starting to see all these launches again, I mean, obviously Trump went over there and made history, put the shutdown on all these launches. Now that Trump's out of office, it seems to start up again. Do you see Kamala Harris's little talk there at the 38 parallel or whatever that is, where they
when she made the gaffe saying North Korea is an ally of ours. Whoops. I mean,
yeah.
I mean South Korea.
We having a line. Yeah, what's Steve, man? Oh my goodness. Man, I don't know, Steve. I'm just saying, man. If there was no indication that this thing was going up, which I'm with you, I don't think they would. And this thing's going over Japan, why didn't they shoot that thing down? I mean, think about it. If, we're listening to Steve Sommers Overnight Drive Radio, and also when we get broke in for the emergency broadcast system breaks in, and the sirens start going off, and we find out it ain't because there's a tornado in the area. I mean, that's serious, serious stuff. Man. Hey, but listen, I listened to the first call, and good to hear Farmer Mason call in, Steve.
Yes.
Man, God love the farmers, right? I mean, we got to eat, glad to hear he had a good crop. I wish you would have asked him how his fertilizer is, if he's having trouble getting any fertilizer.
Yeah.
Come planting time again after they, pick the crops here. Wondering how, what his thoughts were on all of that. But, God love the farmers, man. We need them. If they can't grow and produce the produce for our beloved truck drivers to deliver to us, but Steve, I mean, out here in the west side, Harrison, Whitewater townships, it's nothing to see these farmers out here this time of year, Steve, 3 o'clock in the morning. Not plowing, but cropping fields, man, with the machines out there.
How about that?
Yeah.
I did a quick search, and I did find the headline, which says North Korean leader Kim Jong-un has not made a new appearance in state media in 23 days, the longest period out of the public eye in the last year. He may return, what's the headline? He may return to celebrate a key party holiday, which is coming up on October the 10th. So over 3 weeks, he hasn't been seen.
Well, that's interesting. I don't know what kind of health he's in, what's going on over there, but since the change in administration, I guess they figured, hey, we'll start practicing shooting our missiles off again.
But it's a good point. I mean, obviously Japan has their missile defense systems. I mean, if we had something coming our way, are we going to let it fly over? And wait and see,
right.
Wait and see, or are you going to shoot the? Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, man. All right. Well, that's all I can think of to throw at you tonight. I got 42 degrees, Steve, on this thermometer in the cruiser here. I think we usually run 4 or 5 degrees, a little chillier down here, a little bit closer to the river.
Yeah, it says 40.
What was I know Philip asked you. What did you say it was?
45 officially at the airport. My little thermometer, I got an outside thing that's kind of with the remote. The outside thermometer, it says 50 here, which that's probably a few degrees too warm. It may be off a little bit.
Right. Well, I got 42. And what we say the other night, we're talking 33 Sunday night.
Yeah, it's going to get cold.
Break out the long johns, man.
Here we go.
All right. Be safe. Hammer down.
All right, you do the same. Thanks for checking in, and we shall return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
I guess we heard it a million times as kids. An apple a day keeps the doctor away. Ever heard that? Well, it's apple season. And according to data from the U.S. Apple Association, the 2022-23 production will exceed 10.7 billion pounds of fruit. Now, whether you get apples from the farm, the farmer's market, the supermarket, they do say, indeed, it's beneficial to add them to your shopping list, according to Today. Yeah, this juicy fruit is chock full of nutrition. A great standalone snack. Good to add to salads, main dishes, desserts. One medium apple has about 95 calories, 25 grams of carbs, 4 grams of fiber, 8 milligrams of vitamin C, but most of the benefits come from the polyphenols in apples, which WebMD says helps manage blood pressure and helps keep your blood vessels healthy and flexible, promoting good circulation. Apples can also help reduce chronic inflammation, which is another risk factor for heart disease. Yeah, they list a whole bunch of benefits. Apples. Apple a day keeps the doctor away. I've heard it many times. Hey, back to the phones here. Rambler checks in here on a Tuesday morning. How's your week starting out, Rambler?
Well, praise God, Steve, and hello, Overdrive Night Nation. I'm back, and praise God, it's going pretty well, Steve. Didn't have a good week last week. Had a lot of mechanical problems and just getting late starts, getting back late. But, man, we're starting all over, and glad to be back with you, brother. You got that cover on your pool yet?
Absolutely. It's been covered a couple weeks now. Yeah, we got her done.
Okay, well,
yeah,
good.
Done.
Good. I'm very, very, very proud. Very, very proud. Yeah, I laid out last week, and I mean, and look, you preach the gospel. Not everyone's going to agree with you. A lot of folks are going to come against you, and they've got brought to my attention. One listener, I mean, she just let me have it on one of the sermons that the Lord brought forth about thou shalt not covet, and she just let me have it. How dare you? And this, that, and the other. And she was a listener and had a couple more listeners that just, they were like, oh, Brother Rambler, you're a fake and a fraud. And one of them just kind of shocked me because I'd actually talked to this person on the phone. And, yeah, I mean, it kind of shocked me because me and this person had a lot in common. I mean, his dad was a member of a military order, same as my dad. And it got back to me that, yeah, Brother Rambler, this guy, he's told us he just don't like you. I said, well, guess what? I love him, and that's how you fight the devil, with love, God's children. And, you know, being a preacher ain't, you know, a lot of folks just ain't going to believe you, and it's not very, very popular with some people. But you know what? Even the one, that's why I always say, you know, if you follow us at Determined Ministries Church, you know, when I say raise that right hand, we're going to pray for all friends, family, loved ones, acquaintances, and dead last, thumbs up, your enemies. Pray for the ones who persecute you. Pray for the ones who despise you. And I pray and I love them. So that being said, you talked about the North Korean leader. There was a movie that come out, Pappy, back in, I want to say 1986, 1987, starred Richard Dreyfuss and Raul Julia, called Moon Over Parador was the name of the movie. And it was about this kind of out-of-work actor played by Richard Dreyfuss, and he could do a perfect impersonation of the Paradorian president, which wasn't a very good person. And the Paradorian president died, and, you know, he was, I guess, a communist leader of that, you know, made-up country that was in the movie. So they just slid him right in there, dressed him up, and, you know, he spoke like him and everything like that. I just wonder, you know, because Saddam Hussein had his body doubles, and I'm pretty sure that Kim Jong-un has his body doubles too. And I don't know how their constitution works, but I don't think they want a woman running the country. And to my knowledge, this man has no children. So if he is dead or whatever, I'm assuming that they're using body doubles just like that movie. I could be wrong, but be that as it is, Steve. Mm-hmm. What's your opinion?
I have no idea. I mean, he did go a rather lengthy period of time not being seen. Then he showed up again, and maybe it is health related. Maybe he's, you know, really having some health issues, and, you know, they get him patched up just long enough to make an appearance before he has to go back for treatment or something.
Exactly. So, I mean, we shall see. You know, our 45th president, President Trump, was, you know, trying to make an amends and trying to, you know, make headway for him to give up his nuclear arsenal. And then we got this, you know, idiot in chief that's, you know, he don't even know where he is half the time, and, you know, trying to make enemies with him again. And folks need to realize, I mean, they're behind on the times, but that country has 1 million-man standing army. And it wouldn't take them, you know. I always got told by veterans that if you're going to fight in Korea, you wait till the winter time so you can get the tanks across the frozen rice fields, you know. So it wouldn't take nothing for 1 million North Koreans to march on Seoul, and that country would fall, you know. But well, we'll wait and see. But before I get off here, I want to address something. I know we have a lot of wrestling fans out there, and I know you probably have, you know, your opinion about wrestling like people have about the gospel. Well, it's all a fairy tale and fake. It's fake. You know? Right. Yeah. Well, you know, I know a couple of wrestlers personally, and yeah, it is choreographed, but and I've stepped onto a canvas mat. That mat is not. I mean, it's some of them are hard as a brick. You know, you might as well just get slammed on concrete. Yes, it is choreographed, but it takes, and yeah, the winner is predetermined, but it takes athletic skill to go in there and do what they do. And you better have your cardio up too. It takes a lot of cardio to do what they do. But in the wrestling world, we lost an icon this past Friday, and his name was Antonio Inoki. Antonio Inoki, if you don't know who he is, was the founder of New Japan Pro Wrestling. His competitor was All Japan Pro Wrestling, headed by the Giant Baba. Of course, when Baba passed away, that fell apart, and New Japan is still around today. But he was also a North Korean defected to Japan and become a Japanese citizen, and brought forth a good deal. He also fought Muhammad Ali, and that was his little claim to fame, and won multiple titles. And yeah, go look it up. He fought Muhammad Ali, and when Ali was trying to make a comeback, and gave Ali a pretty good payday and everything. But Inoki was very well loved by a lot of people. He paid a lot of good guys good money to come over there, and they called the Americans the Japanese calls the Americans the Gunjis. So he paid the Gunjis a lot of good money to come over there, and one of the top ones that he got in bed with, got to come over was Classy Freddie Blassie. This was right after World War II, when the Japanese totally hated Americans, but he saw the money in having an American come over because it drew. If they hate this guy, they're going to pay to want to see me kick his butt. And, of course, Stan Hansen, Dr. Death, Steve Williams, Terry Bam Bam Gordy, so many others. Road Warrior Hawk, Road Warrior Animal, the Road Warriors went over there. Just made names for themselves, made lots and lots of money. And, we lost him at age 79. So just gone way too soon. And I don't follow it nowadays, Steve. I don't have time, and it's too commercialized. But I'm an old school fan. The Attitude Era, back with Stone.
I know there's a lot of athleticism for sure, but yeah, like I say, choreographed. That's the word. Yeah, pause there, because we've got to hit our timer here. Top of the hour news update. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Tens of thousands of people in Puerto Rico remain without power 2 weeks after Hurricane Fiona struck the U.S. territory. President Biden with First Lady Jill Biden visited the island Monday, promising to rebuild it, all while surveying the damage.
I'm committed to this island. And yes, Puerto Rico is a strong place, and Puerto Ricans are strong people. But even so, you have had to bear so much and more than need be and you haven't gotten the help in a timely way.
Puerto Rico was still recovering from Hurricane Maria, which struck the island 5 years ago, and earthquakes that happened there in 2020. Fiona was a Category 1 storm when it hit the island, knocking everyone's lights out. The president will visit Florida midweek as parts of that state recovers from Hurricane Ian. At least 100 people have been reported dead from that storm. It was a Category 4 storm when it made landfall nearly a week ago. Fort Myers and Sanibel Island were among the hardest hit. Remnants of Ian are drenching parts of the East Coast. About 16 million people were under flood alerts for coastal areas from North Carolina to New Jersey. Another sign that life is starting to return to normal from the pandemic.
The U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention will no longer maintain a country-by-country list of travel advisories related to COVID-19. Starting October 3rd, a notice will only be posted for a country if there is a concerning COVID-19 variant or other situation that would change the CDC's travel recommendations. For the USA Radio News Los Angeles Bureau, I'm Ellie Andrews.
On Wall Street Monday, the Dow soared 765 points. The Nasdaq gained nearly 240 points. The S&P 500 rose close to 93 points. Overall, the major indexes gained more than 2% at the close. You are listening to USA Radio News.
You know, it's true. Difficult times have a way of focusing us. We have to think about what matters most when it comes to our spending, our health care. No doubt. This is why so many people are joining MediShare right now. MediShare is a trusted way to save up to 50% on your monthly health care costs. More than 400,000 people have already made the switch. It's pretty obvious why, too, especially now during this challenging season with health care costs and out-of-pocket expenses going up. MediShare can save you a lot of money. The typical family saves $500 a month. And MediShare is a Christian healthcare sharing ministry that's worked beautifully for 29 years. There are different options to choose from to fit your budget. I'll give you the number here in a second, and if you call, you can get a price within 2 minutes. Maybe now is the perfect time to make the switch and start saving. Here you go. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
The Supreme Court began its new term officially on Monday. USA Radio's Lance Pryor reports that among the action on its first day, a victory for gun safety advocates.
The United States Supreme Court on Monday declined to hear a challenge to a federal ban on devices called bump stocks that enable semi-automatic weapons to fire like automatic weapons. President Trump's administration made them illegal under the National Firearms Act of 1934. Trump's bump stock law went into effect in 2019 after the 1 October mass shooting on the Las Vegas Strip. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
The court also declined to hear an appeal from MyPillow CEO Mike Lindell, which means a defamation suit against him can proceed. Dominion Voting Systems is suing Lindell for $1.3 billion, accusing him of hurting the company's brand by promoting long-debunked claims that it rigged the election in favor of now President Biden. The Japanese Prime Minister's office says at least one missile fired from North Korea flew over Japan and is believed to have landed in the Pacific Ocean. Pyongyang fired the ballistic missile, escalating tests of weapons designed to strike key targets and regional U.S. allies amid stalled nuclear diplomacy. It's the fifth round of weapons tests by North Korea in the past 10 days. Is seen as an apparent response to military drills between the United States and South Korea. North Korea is viewing the drills as an invasion rehearsal. You can listen to us wherever you get your podcast. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers. And after reading your book, I simply must add you to the list.
Wait, you don't have a book yet. So make a free call to Page Publishing. Turn your book idea into publishing gold.
800-215-6818. 800-215-6818. That's 800-215-6818.
All right, get our final hour underway. We'll squeeze it in here. Your chance to win $1,000 cash. Get our $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway. You need a keyword. Well, the keyword for this hour is fame. As in fortune and fame. F-A-M-E. Look at a song by that name, Fame. I'm going to live forever. Go over to tncradio.live or use the tncradio.live app. Enter that keyword, fame, and listen for additional keywords throughout the broadcast day, 10 a.m., 7 p.m. Eastern Time, all from tncradio.live. Good luck from TNC Radio and Hot Shot Secret. Yeah, of course, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been your go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything going to be sitting around for an extended period of time with gas in it. Sta-Bil storage keeps gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. So be sure to store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. As many folks, especially in the northern tier of the country, get ready to put it in storage. Old man winter's a-coming, just around the corner. And for many of us, we're going to get a first taste of that coming up as we head toward the weekend. Just a stark reminder, fall is well underway, and you know what's coming next. All right, Rambler, I thought I'd hold you through. See, I know you had a few words yet to say.
Thank you, Steve, and I appreciate you put me on hold and holding me through there. And like I said, I said all I want to say about Antonio Inoki. Before I get off here, I want to address the ones who say they don't like me. I want to tell you right now 2 things you will never, ever do to me. Number 1, you will never stop me from praying for you, because I will always pray for you. And number 2, you will never, ever, ever, no matter what you say, no matter what you do, you will never stop me from loving you. I'm going to tell you why. When them 2 thieves, the malefactors, as the Bible called them, hung on the cross next to Jesus, you know what? Jesus was in agony and suffering, and yet he still had enough love in him to look at the one thief on the right who admitted his mistakes and said, "This day thou shalt be with me in paradise." You know, that's love. And that's a true love of Jesus Christ. You know, you can put me in agony. You can say you hate me. You can send me nasty messages on Facebook, and that's happened quite a few times. But I've received more nice messages of, "Where are you at, Brother Rambler? Why hadn't you called Steve Sommers' show?" And trust me, the good always outweighs the bad. And I tell you what, I've gone nowhere. I'm not going to go nowhere till God's done with me, God's children. So just know that Brother Rambler loves you. I hate to talk to myself as a third person, that I'm out there. And by the way, if you like good, uplifting gospel music, like the good rock and roll gospel music, I encourage you, if you have Apple Music, Spotify, Pandora, Amazon Music, or you just have a CD player, go download the new Zach Williams album, 100 Highways. It is the whole entire album is good. And, you know, the song I recommend besides Harder to God is Flesh and Blood. Oh, and another one that Walker Hayes wrote for him and helps him sing, called Jesus' Fault. Go get that album. I went to his concert. It's truly amazing. You will rock and roll, raising your hands to the Lord, going down the road, shouting amen, hallelujah, listening to that album. And Steve, love is just more than just a 4-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And don't forget to come check us out at Determined Ministries Church. We go live every Sunday at 7 o'clock p.m. on Facebook. The internet ain't that great. The audio is terrible, but you know what? We still get the gospel message out there, Steve. God bless you, my friend. I love you, and I'll call in again. Goodbye, God's children.
Right.
I love you.
I knew we had to get to that at some point in time. There you go. All right, 2 Pennsylvania-based trucking companies with contract with the U.S. Postal Service to haul mail have filed Chapter 11 bankruptcy. McClellan Trucking filed its petition in the U.S. Bankruptcy Court for the Western District of Pennsylvania last Wednesday, 5 days after the company's parent company Duran Transfer Incorporated filed for bankruptcy protection on September 23rd. The petition states both companies are based at the same address in Waterford, PA. According to the court documents, Duran Transfer and McClellan both filed a motion for joint administration of affiliated Chapter 11 cases on Wednesday. The companies have been in business for more than 30 years and employ 23 people. According to the FMCSA's database, they both list having 9 power units and 21 drivers. However, Duran Transfer and McClellan operate under 2 DOT numbers. Besides hauling mail for the Postal Service, Duran hauls general freight, household goods, and building materials, among other cargo. Their trucks were inspected 11 times. One was placed out of service over a 2-year period, resulting in a 9.1% out-of-service rate, well below the national average, which is 21.6%. Right. There's more to it, but just that's the gist there. One of the industry headlines from late last week, which I saved up to, didn't get to it there. Truck parking was another issue we discussed last week, and Pete Buttigieg, DOT Secretary, was addressing the parking issue Friday, to which he said the nation's lack of truck parking is not a problem confined to the trucking industry. A part of his opening statement at the National Coalition of Truck Parking's annual meeting, again last Friday, Buttigieg said the truck parking shortage actually creates supply chain and safety problems for everyone, all Americans. We owe our truckers a safe place to rest, not just because it's the right thing to do, and not only because it's going to save drivers time and money, but because everyone's better off when truckers can do their jobs to the best of their abilities. So again, we're hearing a lot of talk. We have the new FMCSA administrator, Robin Hutchison, used that meeting to put a spotlight on the truck parking crisis. It's a problem that should concern everyone. So what are we going to do about it, though? That's long story short. The administration is encouraging state DOTs to use existing grant funding for truck parking, because truck parking is eligible under most federal aid highway apportionment programs that were recently released. The guidance from the National Highway Performance Program and the Surface Transportation Block Grant Programs makes it clear that truck parking is eligible and specifically identifies it as a priority to address safety and supply chain concerns. He said, we're going to use every opportunity to educate state and local partners about the eligibility of federal funding for truck parking. We recommend that states work with the private sector truck stop operators and trucking community and develop a truck parking or parking projects, plurally. All right, so rather than on a federal level, they had the opportunity with the big highway bill last year. One side, can't recall, Senate or Republican, or a House rather, one of those two actually had $1 billion for truck parking added into it. The ultimate bill ended up without the truck parking featured in the legislation. So pretty much they're kicking the can down the road, telling the states to try and address it on a state-by-state basis. James joins us here on a Tuesday. Good morning, James.
Hey, good morning, Steve. How you doing?
Doing well. How about you? How's your week starting out?
Oh, starting out pretty good. Smooth sailing.
Good deal.
I missed the first part of the show because I didn't have to start as early as normal. But did you see that crash in just south of downtown Dayton yesterday? I had 75 shut down for like 6 hours.
I don't think I caught that one, no.
I guess there was sheriff's van on the side of the road, you know, had a litter crew out of inmates picking up trash, and the sheriff's van got rear-ended, and an inmate ended up getting killed, hit by a couple cars, I guess, from the, you know,
Wow.
chain reaction deflection. Yeah, it was kind of crazy. Second, the continuing resolution that they passed to fund our government. Did you hear it had, what, $12 billion to go to the Ukraine to fund their daily operations of their government, funding pension plans and all kinds of other crazy stuff that had nothing to do with running our government?
So I mean that was
And
that was buried
oh,
in the continuing resolution.
yes, absolutely.
So essentially, a continuing resolution, that's where they leave pretty much whatever the funding was in place at the levels where it was prior to the expiration. So they're just kind of kicking the can, as they like to do, to try to extend, because they haven't come up with an agreement.
Right.
Okay.
Yep. So that just, you know, it kept our government going till, what, December something?
Right, toward the end of the year. Yep.
Course,
December 16th, and that was it.
Yeah. And then, of course, we're just hemorrhaging money paying for the Ukraine. I feel like they're just laundering money. It's coming back to their Congress somehow. Throw that conspiracy out there, right?
I just pulled it up here. So I guess this passed, late last week, and it has, it says here, the continuing resolution, $17 billion in emergency spending primarily for Ukraine and $19 billion for FEMA for disaster relief. That would be used to help fund the impacts of Fiona and Ian.
Yeah. And just one more thing. Last Thursday, the Federal Reserve launched a quote-unquote pilot program with the 6 largest banks to study, I guess, the ESG social credit score modeled directly after China. I don't know. That's something people probably need to pay attention to, because that's how they're going to, control how and what we buy in the future. I just wanted to throw that out there, and hope everybody has a great week.
Thank you for checking in, James. I do appreciate that continuing resolution thing. Yeah, $17 billion, another $17 billion for Ukraine emergency spending, and $19 billion for FEMA, which, if you're going to spread that over Fiona and Ian, obviously with the impacts, the devastation we see in Florida from Ian, they're going to have to come up with additional funding for Florida and the Carolinas as well for Ian relief efforts. I'm sure they're working on that as we speak, right? It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, back to your calls here at 844-844-3388. CNI Dog, how's it going?
It's going great. Did you say you're on terrestrial radio now?
We are a part of TMN, Talk Media Network, and yes, I don't have a breakdown of who's running us at this point, but that's all going to be put together.
Have you had any phone calls from terrestrial radio people?
Not that I'm aware of.
I missed out some of your show.
Not that I'm aware of.
Oh, okay. Well, anybody out there hearing us on terrestrial radio, 844-844-3388, give us a call. Give us what we call a radio check. All right, I want to talk about CB radios. My fascination with CB radios started in the 70s, kind of around where they did the movie with Smokey and the Bandit. I rode my bicycle to Kmart and bought my first CB radio. I didn't understand things about like ground plane. It's very important to have a ground plane because Steve and your. I got into radios then. I had a 148 GTS. The time was.
And Dog, I'm not sure where you are, but you're kind of breaking up. You're in and out. Are you in between cells, maybe?
That's possible. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, for the moment, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. The Galaxy class radios came out in the truck stops, and a lot of people. What I think happened to the CB radio was the cell phone, but also raising of the speed limits, like in Illinois and Ohio. I remember it was kind of hard to ask for, where the bear's at or any kind of information on the CB radio once the cell phones came out. And you remember Dave, Ride the Wave with Dave? He used to say that all the time. He used to say, good buddy. And I'm like, I don't know if anybody had the heart to tell Dave what good buddy meant.
Yeah, right. That's all right. It's like, come on, Dave. It's 10-4, but skip the good buddy part.
Yes. But I'm kind of excited to see your show grow. And as far as Stable goes, I've been using Stable for years. Also, in my generator, and in my lawnmower and my snowblower. But I'm really liking it Hot Shot Secret. My daughter's car had a problem with the rings and oil seeping around. I do believe it cleaned the cylinder walls and stopped a lot of the seepage that was going into the cylinders.
Yep.
Also, I had a problem with a turbo on an Audi, and the turbo stopped leaking once I ran the Hot Shot Secret through there. So that's all I have tonight, and you have a great show.
Thanks for checking in. Good to hear from you. It's been a while. The CNI Dog. There you go. All right, it is 844-3388. Let's see. Eagle, if he's hanging in there, he had a follow-up, I guess. Take two, Eagle. What you got for us?
Okay, yeah. I wanted to talk about the breaking news. Well, I overheard after I hung up. I want to comment about the other fat boy over there in North Korea. Another loser, just like Vladimir Putin. Another guy that's got like a kid with toys. Steve, this guy in North Korea, like I said before, he's a very evil and mean person. And like I said, this guy here, he needs to be placed under control. Here's the deal, Steve. When Donald Trump was in the White House, you already know, we've been over this over and over and over. Everything was in control. Vladimir Putin was in line. The Chinese government was in line. North Korea was in line. We have a man, we have a guy in the White House. You already know, Steve. He gets no respect from none of these leaders around the world. And you and I both know that Kim Jong-un would not be releasing no missiles over China, over Japan. China wouldn't be ready to invade, wouldn't be able to get ready to take over Taiwan. And I damn sure know Vladimir Putin wouldn't be in Ukraine right now if Trump was in the White House. And anybody who thinks that is wrong, then you're living in another world, because Donald Trump wouldn't put up with it. Well, let me ask you a question, Steve. What is the deterrent that Joe Biden has done? What kind of fear does Joe Biden strike in these three leaders that I just named out? Would you be scared of Joe Biden if you was a leader of these countries?
I don't know that I'd be scared. What they're doing essentially is testing. They're testing with each passing day. How far can we push the envelope? If that makes sense. And that's what I see. That's what Kim Jong-un's doing. Yes, I don't think you could say Trump had them under control, but yes, I think they would think a lot harder. They would think a lot longer before making some of these moves. Kim Jong-un, this is like the 10th launch in just the last several months. Because they're pushing the how far can we go? And what they did yesterday with this latest launch, actually lobbing a ballistic missile that went over Japan. That's testing the limits. What can we get away with next? That's what I see them doing. Yeah, how shall we respond? We'll see. All right, we got to get our news break here as we hit the bottom of the hour. Our number, 844-844-3388. Make our way into the early hours of a Tuesday. What about 10-4 day, as they call it? 10-4. No good, buddy. 4th day of October. And we'll return after this on the Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
At least one ballistic missile was fired by North Korea. It sailed over Japan and possibly into the Pacific Ocean. It's the 5th round of weapons tests by North Korea in the past 10 days. Recent gains by Ukrainian forces have been so significant that a spokesman for the Kremlin's defense ministry had to acknowledge them. Fighters for Kyiv have been making inroads in the very areas that Russia is trying to absorb. President Biden visiting Puerto Rico with First Lady Jill Biden at his side. He vowed that his administration will stand by the U.S. territory that was still recovering from Hurricane Maria and earthquakes when Hurricane Fiona devastated the island a couple of weeks ago. Wall Street marking its best day since late July. The Dow added 765 points. The Nasdaq gained nearly 240 points. The S&P 500 rose close to 93 points, a more than 2% gain for all. This is USA Radio News.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-568-2790. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-568-2790. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-568-2790. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-568-2790. 800-568-2790.
Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hotshot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So we were talking earlier about the space weather and the CMEs that erupted Saturday, Sunday. According to space weather and NOAA forecasters, headline a possible cannibal CME event may take place today, October 4th. Multiple CMEs headed for Earth. Estimated time of arrival, October 4th. This could be, again, a cannibal CME event. Cannibal CMEs are when a fast-moving CME devours one or more slower CMEs that are out and ahead of it. The combined cloud contains tangled magnetic fields that can do a good job sparking auroras. Storm levels could reach Category G2 if and when this cannibal arrives today. So we'll. I don't know exactly what time it would arrive, but yeah, could see maybe for when the sun goes down Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. Of course, depending on wherever the dark side of the planet is when it arrives, could see some beautiful aurora borealis sparked in the coming 24 hours, according to NOAA. Meanwhile, Lineman, I believe it is on board. Is it the lineman or the wine man?
Blind man.
Oh, blind man. It was close. It was close. Hey, blind man, how the heck are you?
Oh, I'm doing better. I had the procedure done almost a week ago, and they scraped what scar tissue result of the radiation I had when I had the cancer back in 2015. They keep scraping it away. I have to wear the catheter for another 3 weeks. It's almost like getting a haircut every 10 months. It's rough, but I'm among the living.
I hear you.
But what I wanted to say was I was listening to Michael Berry yesterday, his evening show, thanks to my electronic girlfriend, and he played a clip. I don't know if it was CNN or MSNBC, whatever, but they sent a reporter down to Fort Myers to talk to a couple of blacks, and they didn't expect the black guys to say that DeSantis was doing a really great job and they were going to vote for him, and the reporter tried to school them into not voting. It didn't go over well at all, let's put it that way. But this aurora that you were talking about just before you hit me was it's going to be interesting to see what it does to the ionosphere, because at night, you can get distant stations, and if this thing does a number on the ionosphere, there may not be any long distance AM reception for at least a couple of days, and it could possibly cause e-skip, where you'll get some out of town FM stations that fade in and out like shortwave.
Mm-hmm.
And I think my all-time favorite catch with e-skip was I picked up a classic rock station in Newfoundland.
Really?
Yeah. So that was really interesting. It was good to hear Seeing Eye. I've talked to him once or twice when Chevy Guy hooked him up with me with the party line. And I don't really listen to Chris Plant anymore, Seeing Eye, because he talks too much and hardly takes any phone calls, and I don't like waiting on the phone for over an hour or more if he's going to get me on the show.
Mm-hmm.
So I listen to Wendy Bell out of Pittsburgh now, and from 9 to noon, and then from noon to 3 I got Todd Starnes, so I can get the flagship station. I got tired of Rob Carson. He thinks he's funny. He laughs at every little thing, interrupts the clips that he plays every 5 seconds, and then when he plays the parody songs, he laughs through them and interrupts and all that stuff. So I've had enough of him for a while. So at least with my electronic girlfriend, as Horsefeather calls her, I can go around and hear all the talk shows around the country. And also on the weekends, there's a station I really like. It's called No Hit Radio out of San Antonio. It's a low-powered station, and they play all kinds of songs. A lot of them I've never heard, but they say, we're the station that plays the songs you'll never hear, but every now and then they'll sneak in a song that I have heard, and they do a feature called Here's the Original You Never Heard, and I was surprised that Dion covered The Wanderer back, when he did it in '62. I didn't know there was an original, and I don't know who did it, but it sounds like Ronnie Hopkins, a Canadian singer. So anyway, that's all the bologna I have for tonight, and I just want everybody to know that I'm doing okay. I'm really looking forward to seeing Gilligan and his lovely wife Lucy. They're coming to the house this Sunday, and Amy's going to fix some ribs that she ordered from the Amish market, and she's going to make her famous macaroni with cheese and ham.
Sounds yummy.
Yep. I'll conduct a blind taste test.
There you go. Guess you do that every time, don't you? The blind taste test. All right. Let's see. Credit Suisse. Never heard of them? Yeah, the bank. Markets are on edge, they say. Credit Suisse is fending off concern about their financial health. Some investors going so far as to suggest the Swiss bank is at risk of suffering a Lehman Brothers style collapse that could upend the global financial system. So what's going on? Here's a look. Rampant inflation, soaring interest rates, early signs of a global economic downturn, tumbling asset prices have kind of spooked investors in recent months, according to the Business Insider, and they're worried about what's coming next. The new UK government also roiled the markets last week by announcing a slew of unfunded tax cuts and spending programs, which fueled fears of even worse inflation and more rate hikes. That news sent the British pound to a record low against the U.S. dollar, spiked the UK government's borrowing cost, and prompted a rare Bank of England intervention. The backlash spurred the Prime Minister, Liz Truss, and her team yesterday to scrap their planned removal of the top rate of income tax. So that's all kindling for a bigger fire. It should be no surprise that a spark could cause a massive blaze. In this case, Credit Suisse CEO told their staff in a Friday memo that it was a critical moment. That was a quote, a critical moment for the bank ahead of the unveiling of their restructuring plan coming up on October 27th, that they should expect more market volatility. What does that mean? Instead of calming anyone, that memo sent Twitter and Reddit ablaze with wild predictions of the bank imploding, triggering the collapse of the global financial system. One large Credit Suisse investor told a Fox reporter the bank's investment arm is a disaster, and the lender's credit default swaps were trading as if a Lehman Brothers was about to hit. Anybody remember the Lehman Brothers collapse? Senior bank executives rushed to reassure the large clients, the counterparties, and investors about their liquidity and capital position over the weekend after that Friday memo set everything going crazy. According to the Financial Times, the Bank of England also liaised with Swiss authorities after that memo added fuel to the fire sale in the markets, according to the London Telegraph. Credit Suisse shares fell as much as 12% this past morning, Monday morning, extending their decline this year to 60%. Moreover, the spread on 5-year credit default swaps, where investors often buy as insurance against a company defaulting, climbed as high as 350 basis points, up from about 55 basis points at the start of this year. That larger spread suggests investors now see a far higher chance of the bank defaulting on its debts. Now, if Credit Suisse decides to issue shares to fund the restructuring plans, the plunge in their stock price this year will make a capital raise much more diluted for the existing shareholders. The wider CDS spread would likely translate into higher borrowing cost as well, as it reflects greater concerns about the bank's credit worthiness. I don't know what's coming down the pike. I don't have the answers because that's above my pay grade when it comes to what's going on in the world of banking. But yeah, Credit Suisse, obviously a big name, well-known name. But I guess no one is above default. So that's one we need to pay close attention to in the coming days. I guess it sounds like October 27th is the day when we'll learn what they meant with that memo about expect more market volatility. All right, Scarecrow got you coming up after a quick 2-minute timeout on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
So I just pulled up the video there, Scarecrow. I'm looking at this video from Kentucky Speedway. Who is this group, this road trip group? And they say they found, approximately 40,000 unfinished Ford trucks there?
I don't technically know who that guy is. My brother sent me that clip, about a week and a half back. And I've seen this guy before. He has a regular, he does a lot of posting, on Facebook or on
YouTube
and whatnot. So I'm familiar with him in that respect. But I don't know if this kind of ties into that first earlier in the program you were talking about the unbadged trucks. But you haven't had time. It's about the first half of the video is all that's going to interest you.
Okay.
But Steve, when he pans across the landscape,
unbelievable. Yes, as far as you can see.
So that 40,000 count, I don't think that's too far off. Now, he said he had heard this place was just about cleaned out back in August.
Correct.
And that the whole chip thing, the way we've been told, is clearing itself up and whatnot. But the way he understands it, it's chips that are keeping all these trucks there, and he said they're predominantly all the Super Duties.
When I found that story this morning about the Ford, the logos, the icons or whatever that goes, that's the first I had heard of it. So no one, if nobody probably had any idea to even look and see, hey, are the Ford logos missing on any of these vehicles?
Right. And I think you had talked, did you mention they were 150s or such?
Primarily the Ford F-150, yes.
Yeah, and like I say, he says these are all Super Duties. They've obviously are recent arrivals if the lot was all but vacant earlier. But yeah, and this was only, well, I think September 27th, I think, is when they stated that they were, they'd stopped by the Speedway. It sounded like he had a lot to do with actually the building of that Speedway. He apparently does dynamite and blasting and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
But so yeah, I thought that. Well, I got to get that clip to you if nothing else. But yeah, there's, what the heck, he said he's heard there's between 1,000 and 1,500 chips in a Super Duty truck like that. So yeah, it's no wonder that there'd be a shortage out there and whatnot. But yeah, I wanted to get that to you there, Steve. My apologies for the miscue on the first time I called in there. I knew darn well that I was going to come up about the time I landed in the fuel island there. So I tossed my headset off. I turned it off, got out of the truck, and without thinking that, doggone, my phone was still active, and so I got the fuel nozzle in my hand, and, and then I'm hearing my name being called, and I thought, what the hell is Steve running, a podcast or something here? So that's kind of what had me all messed up there for the moment there. But so again, I do apologize for that. I am on board with 57. You had that first time caller early in the program that he was out there running beans down in Illinois or such overnight. And I too am hoping, he makes a point to call back in. I'm very intrigued with modern ag equipment and such, and you don't put just a plain old steering wheel holder, in a combine or a modern tractor either. There is so much going on between the 3 or 4 different monitors and whatnot, and such, and so I think a lot what he might have to say might translate to the trucking industry, equipment wise and such, and the whole hotshot secret thing could certainly fall over into the ag industry too. And then it happens every time there's a power outage from a major storm or such. Somebody passes away or such, running generators inside a garage.
Yep.
Well, this evening or last evening, a report. I think this is up in Michigan this week, and they didn't pass away, but the family cat apparently, alerted them that there was some problem. And I told the wife, "You just watch. It's going to be a generator running in the garage." Within 15 seconds, the program stated, there was a generator involved. And I'm sure the garage door was shut.
And one of those fatalities in Florida was a generator running in a garage as well. That was part of the AccuWeather I shared here a few hours ago. Sure enough. I mean, for as many times as they tell you, make sure you don't put them in, in a garage or indoors. Make sure they're outside, away from any, vents that would be coming in.
Well, they probably have no idea about power equipment and such. It's probably the only piece of equipment they've ever dealt with. They probably don't even mow their own lawns and whatnot, so they don't realize you could look at the owner's manual and shucks, I can get that started and we're good to go, But so yeah, there's that. And so anyway, I think there was something else here too, but I took a cue from your playbook there last Friday night too, and during Friday when you mentioned that, you're going to have a bonfire, I thought, well, I'm playing Bachelor tonight, but I'll get the fire going, and the dogs, I'll circle up after chow, and the fish dinner that I had planned on was still frozen in the freezer, so scooted down to we got a pretty decent restaurant only a mile away, so they did the cooking for Friday night and whatnot. But when I got a fire going, I like to throw on some cherry and hickory to kind of make the neighbors known that they sure wish they were up enjoying that fire with me and whatnot. There's a couple other things too, but they're slipping right now. Senioritis, the whole thing all over again. So maybe you can even squeeze one more in here. So that's what I had for now, Steve. So
thank you for checking in. Thank you very much. Yeah, that gives us a couple. Let's see, we got about 2 minutes left here. Go ahead, 5-7. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to throw in real quick. I almost, I pretty well went all the way into 10 years, and on the 40 channel CBs, because every time it seemed like when they were changing over, all of a sudden he'd be in the truck stop saying, I got a 23 here for $5. I have like 5 of them things that I bought for $5 and $15. And them little suckers lasted forever. And I had the cheesiest antennas, and nobody had any trouble. It's just like these earbuds. All these guys with these high dollar earphones are, cutting out on them. I'm well over 6 months on this $4.99 earbuds, and I never heard anybody complain about it not, broadcasting. Picks up every bit of sound. But dadgummit, like I said, it was it was 10 years before they finally. Normally, it was a truck, or I'd forget one, and it'd stay in the truck, and it went down the road or something like that. But Lord, this company here buys them and puts them in there. I got a Cobra 29 right now. But finally, just real quick, so somebody else could get in. Our language. I love doo-wop music. Back in the day, in the 50s and the early 60s, they speak of being happy and gay, and in our CB language. Big old tough truckers now, we allowed the perversions of our culture to take that good buddy away. One old boy for Burns Motor Freight, he was an old guy back in the 90s, and he was struggling trying. So the only way he could get by with that, because he had that whole buddy, a good buddy, this, it was old buddy. So he had to change it over to old buddy. And other than that, like I said, we're going to sit back, copy the mail for the Steve Sommers overnight drive.
There you go. We'll have 10-4, old buddy, because that's going to wrap it up here on a Tuesday morning. Thanks so much for spending some time with us. See you back at the midnight hour tonight for the Steve Sommers overnight drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I